Plus, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan, or thepeople.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
PDQ POS is the MVP in point-of-sale solutions. Easy to use with the best support in the industry, and it doesn't take a bite out of your sales with costly fees. It's the choice of all concept food service businesses across the country. PDQ POS is real-time analytics with insights to elevate your team and your play calling. PDQ POS has been rated the #1 point of sale by restaurant owners for more than 35 years, so don't wait. Make the switch to PDQ POS today. Visit pdqpos.com.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
At Tri-County CDJR, something exciting is happening. Our inventory is going up while our prices are going down. And right where they meet, that's the perfect moment to buy. Right now, get up to 20% off new 2026 Ram 1500s, including a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. More inventory, lower prices. Find your perfect deal at 422jeep.com. That's 422jeep.com.
It's time to harvest more from your savings this summer. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 15-month share or IRA certificate and earn 4.25% annual percentage yield. Don't wait. This summer harvest savings rate special won't last forever. Explore all your saving options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts, or visit a branch near you. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Sometimes it feels like the news is full of things that have never happened before, and that is not exactly true. In fact, it may have happened this very week, hundreds or thousands of years ago. I'm Sally Helm, host of the podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Connie Urkel, and I'm here with my husband, Guy. We're excited to be here and tell you our great success with Crash Proof.
It feels great knowing that I hear other people talking about the market, whatever it does, they're all fretting over it, and we don't have that fret at all. We are very comfortable knowing that the interest that we've made, we're not going to lose it. It's just going to compound and create more money as we move forward.
This year, one of our vehicles brought in over 18%, and they weren't charging us fees to do this. We get to take advantage of the increase in the market, but we never lose.
I encourage you to get involved, give them a call, and set up a meeting. Not that I want to wish my life away, but I'm looking forward to next March to see how much more money we made.
Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com to schedule an appointment and tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here with Kaylee Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
And good morning, Philadelphia. This is Linda Kearns in on 1210 WPHT for Dawn Stensland. Dawn is taking a much-needed break with her beloved family, and we wish her well and hope she's having a great time. Today I have Andrew Torres producing, and I think Jimmy Kelly in the back on the board, right?
Yes, he is.
Good morning, Andrew. How are you?
Good. How are you? Good to be back.
Thank you for that lead-in music.
You're welcome. I had to make the quick switch. I was like, I'm forgetting something. Let me try to remember what it is. And I was like, I got it. So we're good.
Well, I appreciate the Elvis lead-in music. I think it tells listeners that Linda Kearns is here on the radio.
It's like your trademark calling.
My walk-up music.
It's like the bat signal, but it's the Linda signal, basically.
But today, 49 years ago, was Elvis Presley's funeral. As anyone who's been listening this week, they know that Elvis Presley died on August 16th. His funeral was today, 49 years ago. There was a private, according to the internet, there was a private funeral held inside the Graceland Mansion with about 150 invited guests. But prior to that, before the service, they did allow public viewing, and they allowed thousands of fans to walk past Elvis in his casket. I think those kinds of wakes are falling out of favor a little bit, but that's what they did for Elvis. There were celebrity guests there. They included Anne Margaret, James Brown, and George Hamilton. There was a massive procession featuring a white hearse and a fleet of white Cadillacs, and this traveled through Memphis. And Elvis now is in the backyard of Graceland, but he was initially buried in the family mausoleum at Forest Hill Cemetery in Memphis, and that was next to where his mother, Gladys Presley, was buried. But his body was eventually relocated to Graceland, where it is today, in the meditation garden, and that was for security reasons. Andrew, I think I asked you yesterday, you've never been to Graceland, right?
No, I have not. It's on the bucket list, though, especially after yesterday's conversation, for sure.
Well, you go on the tour through the mansion, and then at the end, you go to Meditation Garden, which was there when Elvis was alive, and Elvis used it for prayer and just silent reflection. There was plants and water features out there, and then that's where he was buried. His daughter, Lisa Marie, is buried there along with his grandson. And I think after the daughter died, Priscilla Presley negotiated that she will also be buried in the backyard at Graceland. I've been to Memphis, obviously, many times to see Graceland. There's other really cool things in Memphis. One of my favorite hotels in the world, the Peabody Hotel, is there, and they have the Peabody Ducks in the hotel. Do you know what that is, Andrew?
I feel I've heard it before.
So they actually have ducks that live on the roof, and every day at around 10 a.m., they have a guy called the Duck Master, and he rolls out a red carpet on the first floor, and you sit around in the lobby, and you can get like a coffee or a drink, and they play the John Sousa March, and the ducks come down the elevator, walk the red carpet, and then get in the fountain. That's at around 10 o'clock every morning. And then they swim in that fountain all day. They're
Wow.
trained. They don't leave the fountain.
Wow.
And then at the end of the day, they do the whole thing in reverse at around 3 o'clock. And it's really, really, really cool to see.
Those ducks' egos might be the biggest I've ever. They've got to be inflated beyond all recognition.
Well,
that's crazy.
So, the Peabody Hotel has this really nice, bougie French restaurant on the premises, but it does not serve duck because how could you be serving duck when...
It'd be pretty self-defeating
Yeah,
if they tried to do that. Or duck eggs, I've never actually had duck or duck eggs
Yeah,
before.
no, I don't think I have had either. And so the ducks, apparently, they get trained to do this job, and they don't stay there very long. And then after they're finished, after a few months, they cycle in some new ducks, and the old ducks retire.
So their egos aren't that inflated. I was going to say, are these ducks doing it the same thing for 10 years?
No, I don't.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I'm not sure of a duck lifespan, but I don't think that's
I'm
that
not sure.
realistic.
I don't think
But
that's
it's a really
realistic
cool thing to see, and kids love it. So that's another good thing to see in Memphis. You can go to Sun Studio where Elvis recorded his first record. That's a cool tourist thing to do. The Civil Rights Museum, the hotel where Martin Luther King was assassinated, they preserve that hotel, they preserve the balcony, and you can walk up and walk past the room and look out on the balcony where he was assassinated, and they built the whole National Civil Rights Museum around it.
Wow.
So that's also something
Is
cool
the
to see.
hotel still in operation?
No,
Or
no.
the whole thing is shut down? It's just a historically preserved
yeah.
site?
Actually, it was more considered a motel, but
okay.
Yeah, no, it's not in
interesting.
operation. They have it where you can go, and they have all sorts of things about civil rights history.
I meant to ask you, getting back on Elvis, because this station loves talking about Elvis so much.
Do the listeners complain? Do they say,
No,
I do
of
not
course
tune
not.
in to hear, Elvis all day, every day?
The one comment I saw from the morning show today, most of them were extremely positive about Elvis, and they love the sign, especially like Nick holding the sign in front of himself.
Well, that was and I said it on air. I mean, that was a huge improvement to look at Elvis rather than,
I'm not going to comment on anything like that. A couple things. So the comment on the YouTube chat was like, nobody mentioned Tommy John. I don't know if you're familiar with who Tommy John is.
I'm not.
He was a pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers, and he bounced around between a few different teams, pitched for the Yankees a couple different times. He's the guy who they named that elbow surgery after, Tommy John surgery, that pitchers and baseball players.
He just died, right?
He passed away a couple days ago, too.
Yeah, I did read that.
Yeah. Fun story about that, or about him. The second time he played for the Yankees, because he played until he was like 45 or 46, so he was like up there in age. My mom is from New York City, but after she was done in college, she lived in North Jersey. And one of the things that she did while she was working, also to pick up a couple, few dollars off the side, was babysit. And she knew people and couples that used to attend the church that she went to at the same time. And one of the families that she used to babysit for was Tommy John.
Oh, how about
She got to know her kid. She got to know their kids, and she knew them for a while, at least a year. So one of the things that I always used to look at when I was a kid was an autographed baseball that had Tommy John's name on it as a kid.
Do you still have it?
My dad still has it.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's kind of cool. My father-in-law reminded me that Tommy John had passed away, and I thought of my mom, who's also she passed away 4 years ago too. So it's a nice little thing to think about, the stories that everybody has and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know. I don't mean to take over and
Oh,
say
no.
the only death that's important is Elvis Presley's. But
Well, the other thing I was going to ask you about Elvis, the movie that came out a couple of years ago with Austin Butler playing Elvis. What did you see it? What were your thoughts about it?
I did see it. I saw it immediately in the theater. I think when it came out, Dom Giordano, I think, had me on right away to talk about it. So I saw it the first night. I thought that it was excellent.
Mm-hmm.
It was really interesting because they did it from the perspective of Elvis's manager, the Colonel.
Right.
And so that was kind of an interesting take on it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that Austin Butler did absolutely amazing.
He was incredible.
And you sit
in that
there
role.
and you're just mesmerized. However, and this movie's been out for a long time, so I don't feel like I'm spoiling anything. The last scene of the film, they showed Elvis singing Unchained Melody in 1977, very close to the time he died.
Right.
And it was filmed, so, we still had it. So they showed Austin Butler as Elvis singing Unchained Melody. And they had Austin Butler made up, and, he looked heavier and sweaty.
Right. Older and stuff like that.
Obviously, very, obviously very ill. And you're watching this and you're realizing, wow, like Elvis got old very quickly because, he was only 42. And then what the filmmaker did is all of a sudden it turned into the real Elvis. And that last clip,
wow,
it showed the real Elvis. And you're watching this and you're watching the real Elvis and you see his charisma, his just his stage presence, and as obviously sick as he was and probably how painful it was to even be sitting on the stage. He was just mesmerizing to look at. And you realize, as great as Austin Butler was in that role, and you were just transfixed by Austin Butler for 2 hours, then you say, wow, that Elvis had something no one ever can truly, truly imitate. But Austin Butler, I think, did a great job, and I think brought Elvis to another generation.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing this a lot with the documentaries that are being made about whether it's movie stars or particularly musicians. Taron Egerton is a British actor. He was in the biopic of Elton John. I believe the movie was called Rocket Man. It came out a few years ago. The one about Michael Jackson, where his nephew plays Michael Jackson in the film, that just came out at the beginning of the summer.
I haven't seen that yet. Is that a good one?
I heard it's
see?
good.
Okay.
I know a lot of people who've seen it. I haven't seen it myself, but it's like, and obviously the stories are a little fictionalized because not everything transfers to the screen very well.
And it depends on who's producing it.
Yeah.
Like, with the Elvis film, the producer had to get the buy-in of the daughter and the ex-wife.
Right.
So there was a lot of other things were glossed over. So I think you always have to look at these with a critical eye.
I think when they did the Michael movie for Michael Jackson, they had to get approval from, I believe it was his children. That had to give like the final say and say, yeah, you guys can do this. But I, as far as I know, the Michael movie did extremely well. And I did see some clips because they redid a lot of Michael Jackson's most famous songs. They redid the Thriller music video. They redid him doing Billie Jean and a couple of other ones and stuff like that. And it looked really good. And he, for the most part, looked and sounded exactly like his uncle.
Yeah, I think you can get that on streaming now. So
I believe it is on streaming now. Yeah. I have to look and see where the Elvis movie is too, because I gotta double check.
So there's that movie out, which is the movie about him, and then there's Epic. It's called Epic Elvis Presley in Concert. It's the same producer director who did the Elvis movie, and he took all these clips and strung them together in a concert,
cool.
and that's really amazing.
That's cool.
And then around the same time, a movie came out. I think it's just called Priscilla, based on a book Priscilla Presley, his wife, had written a few years after his death.
Yeah.
And that was basically the Elvis story from the Priscilla viewpoint. And, you look at this and you think, wow, like Elvis had all the money in the world and they all must be so happy. And that's really not the case, always behind the scenes. And I think we're just reminded of that by that actress who just died, apparently of an overdose.
Yeah, Hayden Panettiere. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not that familiar with her, but apparently she was a child actress. She's been acting since she was a baby, and apparently not a good way to kind of make a steady life.
Well, I forget if it was before COVID or after COVID. Jim Carrey, who's actually not doing as much in Hollywood as he used to, because he used to do a ton of different things and travel around and stuff.
Right.
I think he's kind of like almost removed himself completely from doing things in Hollywood. He came out a few years ago and talked about how that lifestyle and all the money and all the fame and stuff like that, it's really not as all cracked up as people think it is, because of the stress of the work and the mindset that people have about you as an actor or a performer. It's not as fun as people think it is, because everybody thinks like, oh, the fame and the money and the glamour and everything like that. It's a hard life, and it's the mental stress. And one of the things about Hayden Panettiere, the thing that they're talking about with her passed away, was she had issues with substance abuse before, and whether that led to her passing and stuff like that. It's not as easy as people think it is to be out there, and the mental toll that it takes on you is terrible.
I think anyone who comes into money like that very quickly, even the actors,
especially from a young age,
yeah.
like child actors and stuff, the stress and the thing too, it's like you see a lot of those Nickelodeon kids, the strained relationships that they have with even their parents. It's really, really sad when you think about it, because you hear all these stories about how the money and the stuff that they were doing has driven such a big wedge between them and their parents. It's really sad when you think about it.
There's so few of those child stars who actually are like functional.
Yeah,
as adults.
It's really hard.
Yeah,
especially especially like from my generation, looking back at like the 90s and early 2000s Nickelodeon TV stars.
Yeah,
and you see them now, it's like, oh, what the heck happened? You know?
I know. As a lawyer, I do a lot of family law, so I deal with people's families, and I know kind of like what their family lives are like, and what the one thing I do realize and what I have found is you just don't know what's going on behind closed doors. And sometimes when they announce like, oh, well, this person's getting divorced and it's all a big shock, I'm never shocked. So. But it is time to take a break. So this is Linda Kearns filling in for Dawn Stenslin on 1210 WPHT, live and local from Philadelphia, and we will be right back.
Here, it has been a hot, muggy summer. All we want to do is stay cool. If you live in an older home or have a room in your home that doesn't have ductwork, do what we did. Call my guys, Marvin E. Cann's Heating, Cooling, and now Plumbing, who installed a Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split in our home office. Total game changer, especially in this heat. Learn more about a Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning unit. MarvinECans.com, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code INSTANT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code INSTANT to borrow up to $10,000. Use code INSTANT to borrow up to $10,000.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit McCulloughsAutorepair.com.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com, EmmonsRoofing.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
And if you hear Elvis, that must mean Linda Kearns is here on the radio on 1210 WPHT.
You better get used to it. It's all week long.
All week long in for Dawn Stenslin. And, you know, when you're sitting here on the radio, you never know who's listening, because there's a lot of listeners out there. Well, I just got a text from a buddy who's listening, Rich Zioli. I think he did one of the ads just over the break.
Yeah, the last commercial was the one that he did.
So I'm hoping Rich usually comes on the air on Friday on the Dawn Show. So I'm hoping he graces us with our presence.
Yes.
And he comes on Friday because Rich and I always have have a good time.
It's always entertaining when you two talk to each other.
Well, because he's so jealous that I am very clear with him that Matt DeSantis is so much cuter and smarter than he is.
Those are the kind of conversations that I love listening to. And when you guys went at it, when he was at the Cape May, it was pretty entertaining. I'm not gonna lie.
Because Zioli thinks he's the center of the universe. So if somebody challenges that, he,
it's a problem.
He gets So I do hope he comes on Friday. So
we'll
see.
We will confirm.
Yeah, you'll have to confirm that. Confirm the times.
Yes.
So I think we have a phone call.
Yes, we
I'm
do.
more than happy to take a phone call. So can you cue this up?
Yes. So it is Lisa. She's calling from Ballakidwood, and she actually has a specific lawyer question for you. So Lisa, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Linda, hello. I'm Lisa from Bala. I'm a loyal listener and a big fan of yours.
Oh, thank you.
Always super happy when you're on. Linda, I have a question for you, and I hope I'm going to say it correctly. And I just would love your perspective.
Sure.
Okay. This is regarding to Dr. Fauci. Since the new evidence has come out that we all didn't know about, but he did, and apparently, from what we know, on Joe Biden's last day, he requested the pardon. But nobody knew about all this other new evidence. Could that knock the pardon out of the box?
So you're really wondering if, even though Joe Biden pardoned him, he could now be prosecuted. You're basically asking, is there some way around these pardons?
Yes.
Yeah. Look, I don't. First of all, I'll say I don't know. If I could predict things like that. But to actually prosecute someone, you have to have more than just, I think I could get a conviction. A lot of this stuff is very political, and I think that it's one thing to look at this as a law school question, like and do kind of like a brief on it, like if Joe Biden didn't really sign the pardon, if it was using the auto pen at the direction of his staff, if Joe Biden had other information, would he have signed that pardon? Like, all those things are more like legal questions that you could ask on a law school exam, and you can debate back and forth. But politically, I'm not sure that we're ready to open this up and prosecute Fauci. I think some senators are, talking about it, but I think to actually go down that road at this point, with the midterms looming on, when you're in power like this, when the Republicans are in power, we have to concentrate on holding as many seats as possible. And I think that you'd have to kind of decide politically if that's a good idea. And while I think it would be popular with some people, I'm not sure that pursuing that right now is what's going to, give us an edge in the midterm. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about it. So my answer is politically, and a political answer and a legal answer.
Okay, great. No, I do appreciate your perspective. And thank you so much, Linda. And you're great. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lisa.
Take care. Bye-bye.
That was nice that she called in. But I will say, seeing this come out, you kind of put this to the side and you try to forget that. Mm-hmm. And it was horrible. I mean, and different segments of the population were affected so differently. Yeah. I mean, when you think about the children who were in middle school at the time and are now in college, I had read the other day that some colleges are noticing that a lot of these college students don't have basic skills, math skills, or basic English or writing skills. Well,
I wonder why.
Yeah, they were having lessons on Zoom for a couple years, and then I wonder how that affected them and the children who went to high school. I mean, you can go to every age group to see how they were affected, and the whole thing was just beyond ridiculous.
The one person that I know, my nephew, he just finished his freshman year in high school. So during COVID, he would have been in right before middle school.
Right.
And the thing that he always told us, everybody in his class got a laptop. Everybody got the computer and everybody did all that stuff. He's good at applying himself when he tries to. The older he gets, so he's going to be 15 next month, so he's caring less and less about these things just because he's a teenager, right? But at the time, he said he couldn't, every single day, at least a half or 2/3 of the Zoom call, like, because you can see everybody's faces and stuff.
Right.
They would either just not be in their seat, or they would just have like the blank thing that just said your name, or it would just be like a random background and stuff, and the teacher didn't care. All day long, the kids probably weren't even at their laptops.
Absolutely. And I heard those stories, and I saw when my nieces and nephews had to do lessons on Zoom. The entire thing was absolutely ridiculous.
You could almost even make the argument it was just a complete waste of time to do it in the first place.
And
mind-blowing.
I was at a restaurant actually this weekend because I was in Detroit for the Republican National Lawyers Association meeting. And I was at a restaurant, and you had to kind of give in your name, and then they assigned you a table.
Yeah.
And they never changed the text from 2020 because the text said, your table's ready. Please remember to wear face coverings in the dining room until you're seated, which remind me of those ridiculous rules, like wear a face covering when you're walking through the restaurant, but not when you're seated.
But not when you're seated.
Yeah,
the second a magic shield appears around your table, and you're protected as long as you wear. As long as you're at your table, you can take your mask off. But
I had to do court hearings with masks on. It was ridiculous.
Well, and the crazy thing is, and Nick Cale pointed it out this morning on the morning show when they were going over Fight Club. The fight was in a restaurant or something along those lines, and one of the people in the background had a mask on. And he made the joke. He's like, it's crazy to think that people still need to wear masks in 2026.
I know.
Makes no sense.
Even back in 2020, when people tried to wear masks around me, I would always say, unless you're standing over me performing surgery on me, please do not feel the need to wear a mask.
And I'm like, I'm not a doctor. I'm not like a scientist or anything like that. But all the stuff that they were telling us about masks, it's all been debunked.
Well,
none of that stuff was working.
Of course not. Well, you wear glasses. I wear glasses.
Yeah.
When my glasses steamed up, I said the first day, I said, well, wait, if something's getting out to steam up my glasses, then this mask is doing absolutely
Then it's
nothing.
not doing anything.
And who wants to, wear a dirty...
I got into a debate with somebody coming out of COVID. It was like 22 or 23, and they were talking about how like a specific type of mask worked better than others, like the N95 or whatever it was. And I basically said... It's basically what Fauci said the first time. It's like it makes people feel good about themselves, or it might mentally makes you think that you're doing something, but you're not. And the thing that I said is, and the person I was talking to basically said like, oh well, then why do surgeons wear masks and why da? And I was like, the reason that surgeons wear masks and gloves and an environmental suit basically when they're doing surgery is because in a surgical bay or room or whatever you want to call it, the entire environment is 100% completely controlled.
Because they're cutting through
Because they are opening up human bodies to do surgery. So the environment is perfectly controlled. Every single thing that goes into that room is perfectly controlled. When you're walking down the street, whether you're in Philly or New Jersey or whatever, none of that's controlled.
Absolutely.
So again, you may think that you're doing a good job or you may think that it's working, but it's not.
But that, with Lisa calling in and asking that question, it shows how much that's still on people's minds. But I think that half the country thinks that Fauci did a good job. Thinks that, he protected us. So, that was a dark, dark period in our history.
It's crazy. Like when they had the hearings, they had them in the first time. I think it was a few months ago, and then obviously the last couple of weeks. The clips of him pleading the fifth 100 whatever times and stuff like that. It's that kind of stuff's just never going to go away. It's always going to be around.
Yeah. And then, those hearings, sometimes I think they're more along the lines of theater so that the congressmen and the senators can just get the good clips to air on the
And they can look back and be like, see, I talked to him. I told him. I said this. I said
that.
They
can use it in their ads the next time around.
Ugh.
I know.
Annoying.
I know. But no, that was an important question. And
that was good.
I know that's still on people's minds.
Mm-hmm.
I do, that pardon power, it does seem to be getting abused a lot. And I would like to see, less pardons. I think that if a jury convicts you, that should pretty much stick. So, but that doesn't seem to be happening. We seem to be going the other way.
Accountability is important, or at least it should be anyway.
Yeah. So we're going to take a break now, and when we come back, we're going to have Frank Scales, maybe with Ian, the guy he works with.
We'll find out.
Yep. So this is Linda Kearns on the Dawn Stensland Show here on 1210 WPHT, live and local from Philadelphia. We'll be right back.
The Birds are back, and another championship run starts now. Don't just watch the season. Be part of it. Hit the road with thousands of fellow fans and take over the opposing stadium. Fans of Philly has road trips available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, London, and more. Every trip includes airfare, game tickets, and an exclusive pre-game party. Book your seat today with the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a P.com.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step, diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple. Leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
I should have listened to the home message first.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Many people put off dental treatment for years because of fear, anxiety, or a bad experience. At Bent's Dental Group, your comfort comes first. Dr. Robert Bentz, Dr. Emily Bentz, board-certified prosthodontists, understand every patient is different. Every treatment plan and every experience is customized to each individual's comfort level. You'll be saying, I wish I hadn't waited so long. Schedule a consultation with Bent's Dental Group and discover how comfortable modern dentistry can be. 610-272-6949.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And we are back here on the Dawn Stensland Show. This is Linda Kearns filling in for Dawn Stensland this week as she enjoys some time with her family. We are live and local from Philadelphia. And I have Andrew Torres with me here in studio.
Hi.
Hi. And we have a guest, which I'm excited
about.
2
guests are on the same phone call.
2 guests. Okay. So we have Frank Scales and Ian. I don't remember Ian's last name.
you're putting me on the spot
He'll
here.
have to tell
Yeah,
us.
yeah, he'll tell us himself.
So I've interviewed Ian previously. He actually came into the studio. But today, both he and Frank are calling in. So Frank and Ian, are you there?
Yes. How you doing, Linda? Thank you for having us.
Oh, I'm thrilled to have you. So before we get started, just in case there's anyone out there who doesn't know who you are, could you just give us a little introduction of who you are and what you do?
Yes. So we are independent journalists. We go to different protests all over the East Coast, and we cover what's happening at those protests. You know, we've been attacked, we've been assaulted, we've been spit on, we've been punched by Antifa rioters. And, you know, our goal is to just get out there and show people what's happening on the ground. Our social media is Surge Philly, and if anybody wants to check our website out, it's surgemedia.us.
So what are you working on now? Anything
So
specific?
we were just in Washington, D.C., covering a protest that they were having about the National Guard being deployed for 1 year. And right now we're kind of focused on taking the next step to start doing long-form content and maybe even streaming. So instead of just doing the short videos, we're going to be doing much longer productions, and it's going to be more like a movie. So we're really focused on figuring all that stuff out this week.
So wait, tell me about this protest. What were they all up in arms about?
So they were in Washington, D.C., and they were protesting the National Guard being deployed in D.C. for 1 year, which I think is kind of crazy because when you look at the numbers, you know, homicides are down maybe even like 50% in D.C. since the National Guard was deployed. And, you know, many people are not being killed. Many lives are being saved by just having the National Guard out there, but many leftists are unhappy with it, and they were protesting. But the deployment has been successful, and that's evident with the number of people that were out there protesting. It wasn't very many.
Yeah, it's really anything to protest and resist with this group at this point from the left, and they really try to do anything they can to undermine President Trump and his agenda, but the numbers don't lie. You know, crime's at a record low in D.C., and nationally it's falling down as well, and I think that's due to President Trump's policies there.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, I have to go to D.C. every so often for work, and you used to go in and there would be the tents everywhere, the homeless tents just everywhere, and that seems to really have been cleaned up for the most part.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it was one big cardboard city. There were drugs, there was crime. It was not safe. You know, not only women, but nobody could walk on the streets at night in D.C., and that's all changed. The National Guard has made it safe. And, you know, the residents in D.C. are very happy. You know, something happened at that protest that I think is interesting that happens at a lot of these leftist protests. So somebody got on the mic and started talking about Palestine. Another person we interviewed actually said they preferred Osama bin Laden over President Trump. So these were very radical people at that protest, and they do not, you know, represent most Americans and D.C. residents.
So when you go to interview somebody, who do you tell them that you are?
So I tell them that I'm Frank Scales and that I started my own publication with Ian here called Surge Philly, and they can look me up. You know, I make no bones about saying who I am, and they always come up and they try to come up with the camera and videotape us and act like they're taking pictures of us.
Acting like they're not recording.
Yeah, and we just smile and we say cheese, and, you know, it doesn't really stop us, and they kind of walk away all confused.
And in the meantime, you guys are recording these interactions, right?
Yes, we record at, like, all points for our own safety. And the one time the camera went off because the phone died, an organizer with one of these leftist organizing groups actually attacked me. But we had meta glasses on. And I said, hey, look, before you walk away with the mic you just stole from me, why don't you take a look at those glasses? He's seen them. He's seen that they were recording, and he gave our microphone that he stole back. So it's super important that we're recording at all points. And since we're recording at all points, it's going to be a lot of fun to start streaming and broadcasting all of that live.
Wow. Can you explain exactly what the meta glasses are? Because I don't think everyone's going to know.
Okay. So basically they're sunglasses or like clear lens glasses that have a camera lens on them, and they just record. And you can walk around with like sunglasses on and record as you would like, and it's like a full screen recording, and it's pretty high quality, and they also have microphones and you know, they record sound too.
Yeah, and they're Ray-Bans, so they're pretty stylish as well.
So you're looking good while you're recording. I have noticed, I'm an attorney, and I have noticed in a lot of courthouses these signs up, because usually you cannot bring your phone or any recording device into a courtroom, and now they have signs up about those glasses. So, yeah, they don't want people doing that. But hey, I think in today's world, you have to know you're going to be on camera pretty much all the time.
Yeah, especially when you're out there protesting and your goal is to get visibility for your cause. You would think they would know that they were being filmed and recorded by media. And it's not really that they don't want to be recorded. It's that they don't want conservatives there, and they don't want to talk to people they disagree with, and they don't want to be caught not knowing what they're talking about. So they're super happy to be recorded by friendly media for them, like CNN, who are unwilling to, show the other side or push back on anything. Right. But when it comes to us being out there and recording, very uncomfortable.
So what kinds of things were you asking these people at the National Guard protest? Were you saying something like, do you have a job and why are you not at the job?
Sometimes we want to, Linda, but we try to keep it very simple. We try to keep it, very fair and just ask why they're out there protesting, what their thoughts are on President Trump. Why they think that the National Guard mobilization was a bad thing, and then how they feel about the United States of America, because what we've seen is that many of them have deep anti-American sentiments. Mm-hmm. And we saw that at that protest where somebody actually said that they would prefer Osama bin Laden over President Donald Trump.
Yeah, and that's the whole point, is that you don't even need to press these people super hard to get their true colors to show. These anti-American sentiments that they harbor, they run deep and they manifest in public ways. If you just ask them why they're there, what they're supporting, more often than not, the material is going to create itself. So we find it a more effective way to communicate and really show what these people are about by just being fair, by being above board and asking them why.
And it's super important that we continue doing our work, because what we found, Linda, at these protests is that we're dealing with an Islamo-communist movement that seeks to overthrow Western culture, the United States, and legacy Americans. These people do not want reform. They want to burn everything down. But most people don't recognize that because they try to hide it. So when we're out there, we're showing what they really want and what their true intentions are. And that's why they get violent with us so often.
So what is like the age range of these people? Like, who are these people who think we should just do away with Western civilization?
I would say, they actually range from, I would say, 16, 18 to 79.
Yeah.
At that protest, we saw a few young people, a few 18-year-olds, and, many times the 18-year-olds have been indoctrinated by people, like Mao, and they're just communists. And then we have the millennials who are a little bit older, and they seem to be, very bitter. And then you have older people who are also just as bitter and who hate the United States just as much. It really does cross every age range.
So for the communists, have you ever asked one of them which communist country was a success?
Oh, well, they simply would say that, communism has never been successfully implemented, and they would get very mad and red-faced when I say that. We actually did talk to a socialist at that rally who was getting signatures for a minimum wage. So, Linda, this guy, this organizer, was being paid per signature he got to, and the signatures were to support a minimum wage in D.C. I said to this guy, you're getting paid per signature. Would you want a minimum wage for your job? And he said, well, no, because, the fact that I get paid per signature I get makes me work harder.
And allows me to make more.
Yeah. So I said, well, okay, fine. So if a minimum wage was put on your organizer job of getting signatures, would people get less signatures and work less hard? And would that be unfair to you, who works very hard to get as many signatures as possible? And he said, yeah, that would be unfair. I don't want a minimum wage.
And he actually talked about how in a different state, in Oregon, I believe, they implemented a minimum wage for petitioners and signature collectors, and the entire industry fell apart in that state, and it's I believe it's not illegal, but it's like very, very rare for people in Oregon State to petition and collect signatures because of this minimum wage.
I can't really imagine these people truly want true socialism, true communism. I mean, do they want the government telling them what to do, the government making their decisions for them? The government
what they want
holding them back?
is they are angry at themselves oftentimes, and they're unhappy. And they don't want to build anything. They don't want to make any progress. They want to get revenge on the people that they feel slighted them, which are successful people. So they don't want progress. They don't want a system that works. They want to burn everything down. And a lot of the times, all of these policies, they simply create the problems in capitalism, right? So minimum wage, it would make capitalism less efficient. Well, now that gives the government more of a reason to come in and implement more socialist policies. And there are some people who think that it would actually be better and the socialist policies would work. And maybe they don't want full communism, but there are others who just want to see the West fall and burn.
It must be upsetting to talk to these people and realize that they actually think like this.
Absolutely, it is. And more importantly, it's unfortunate to see the younger generation going down that path, because these are people who should be invested in our society and our country and looking to advance it and build it up as they build themselves up. And what we have now is essentially a permanently unemployed class of young people who either just protest all the time and or do these organizing activities like collect signatures for a minimum wage while not even supporting a minimum wage themselves.
Well,
so
how do we change hearts and minds? Because Ian, when you were here and I interviewed you here in the studio, I think I asked you that question, like, how do we start changing hearts and minds so that we don't grow this movement anymore?
I think a big part of it, like one thing President Trump did, which is so awesome, is Trump accounts, right? Getting people when they're born, already giving them stake in the stock market, in our economy. Many young people who are, 18, 19 to 25, they have no stake. They don't own anything. They have no reason to want to see the West succeed. When you start buying a home, when you start seeing success in a career, all of a sudden you like your life and you want to continue your way of life. So I think a huge part of it is allowing young people to have success. And I think, one easy way to do that, and it's not easy, but, we're in the process of doing that, is making sure that every young person can get a decent paying job. And the way you do that is not through a minimum wage. It's by deporting every single illegal immigrant in this country. Because the amount of jobs that would open up from that, the amount of jobs that these illegal immigrants do for virtually no money has made it impossible for, people in the lower class or just young people to, exist and support themselves off of a basic job.
Yeah, and this idea that young people won't work for tips or young people won't work, these service jobs, I think is total baloney, because our parents did it. Me and Frank's parents did it. They worked, down the shore as lifeguards, at the water park, working the concession stands, and now you go down here and it's foreigners working all those jobs, and it's unfortunate to see. And the fact that our politicians cop out and say, "Oh, well, who's going to do the work then?" Well, it's like young Americans would do that job in a heartbeat. And I think we just need to get back to reality and really clear out the illegal immigrants, because we would have a lot of jobs open up for young Americans specifically.
I agree that if there was more jobs for Americans, they would be better off. But these kids that you're talking about, the ones that you interview, the ones that are protesting, the ones that call themselves communists and socialists, I'm not even sure if they could hack a job. It seems like they are seeking like this complete frictionless lifestyle. And having a job involves friction. You have to get up when you don't want to. You have to go there when you don't want to. You have to deal with people you may not want to deal with. I mean, they call it work for a reason. It's not called fun.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure these people are even capable of that.
And that's a really good point, Linda. We live in the most prosperous country in the history of the world at this time. And if you want to really go make something of yourself, you can. But what I would say is that it's not just about a job that somebody goes to and, deals with hardship. It's also about community. It's about working with the people you grew up with, offering services to the people you grew up with. There is no sense or a much lesser sense of community in this country, and it allows more people, that gap allows more people to kind of go down this road of frictionless lifestyle. So I think we need to kind of stop people from going down that road. And when they do go down that road, we can't enable them. You should be able to support yourself off of a job, but you shouldn't be able to buy soda with government food stamps and nutrition assistance. So I think it's kind of a carrot and stick situation where we need to make the conditions good for young Americans where they can get a job, they can afford things. And then we also need to not allow these people to live for nothing and, try to attain this frictionless lifestyle. It's not good for anybody. A lot of these young people out here, these communists, these socialists, these people who want to destroy the West, they could be productive members of our society. They've just accepted a belief system that is not good for them and not good for our country. So I think we need to seek to rehabilitate them, and bring them back and make them into American patriots, because they are still people, they still have potential, they've just gone down the wrong path.
And the idea is that young people specifically would rather cling to a horrible, no good, bad solution versus no solution at all. So I think maybe we strayed a little bit in terms of the messaging for young people and allowed them to resonate with things like communism and socialism. Right. And we can't neglect the younger voter, the younger person in general. And as Republicans, how do we leverage that? I believe it's through social media and steering the energy on social media into more productive conversations. Like how do we make our country better? How do we open up jobs for young Americans? And young Americans can even weigh in on social media and give their opinions. And we see it. The socialist group of young people in this country, they are a radical voice, but they don't represent the entire younger generation in America. The problem is that they're a very vocal minority within the Democratic Party, and they essentially have the Democratic Party held hostage. And they're winning. They've proven that a socialist platform can win. And it's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, I agree. That's scary. And these people must be getting, a lot of them must be getting supported by their parents. And I think that we've come to this place in society where the parents are almost afraid of the children. And that it should be the other way around. I mean, at my age, I am telling you right now, if my mom turned on the TV and saw me protesting when I was supposed to be at work, even though I am, well past 50, I would get in trouble with my parents. Like, where are these parents when these kids are protesting and not in school or not at work or not supporting themselves? Like, where are the parents?
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's a really good point, Linda, because a lot of what we see at these protests is these people have no respect for authority. And not only a disrespect for authority, but they can't accept any authority. And that starts at the home. That starts with the nuclear family. Many of these people's families have been broken up. They haven't had strong father figures in the home to show them that some authority is good. And they grow up, and when you have, a president, any president, a government, a community, that relies on an individual's ability to accept legitimate authority. And many of these leftists cannot do that. So I think you're absolutely right. It starts at the home, and we need to restore the nuclear family.
But, right now I feel like we're preaching to the choir. Like, anyone who's listening to this is probably agreeing with us. How do we get this message to the other side? How do we get this message to the families who are raising these types of kids?
Well, I mean, it starts, you can't dictate how parents raise their children. That's something that needs to happen over the course of 30 to 40 years. We need cultural restoration in this country. But what we can do right now is we can say, we do care about young people. We do care about affordability. We do care about the fact that young people can't afford burritos. We have a different solution than the Democrat Socialists of America. It's not that we don't care. As Republicans, it's not that we don't care about those issues that young people face. It's that our solution is not to bring in more government, bring in minimum wages, bring in more regulations, increase taxes, punish the rich. Our solution is way simpler, and it's going to work way more efficiently. It's called get everybody who's in this country illegally, who crossed our border illegally, out, so that more jobs open up for American citizens. Another very easy thing that we can do to, kind of get attention and get support from young people and, young professionals is we want safe cities. We don't want, young women to walk in American cities at night and be scared.
Which, of
they
course,
should be able to walk at night.
Right. But now we have these people in D.C. protesting against the very thing that is going to make them safer. Frank and Ian,
Exactly.
I have to go to break, but would you mind sticking around? Because I actually want to turn the tables on you, and I have some questions for you guys. I'm going to put you guys on the spot. Can you stick around through the break?
Awesome.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right, so stick around. And next, we're going to have the news and weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Make this summer the one you finally love your kitchen. Kitchen Magic, family owned in Nazareth since 1979. They're offering 40% off installation and flexible financing. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. And this is the Dawn Stensland Show, so tell them Dawn sent you. We'll be right back.
Babbel proudly presents The Bookstore Bungle.
Librairie means library in French, right?
Yeah, obviously.
I just love a library.
The French are so loud, though.
Yeah. Hey, be quiet. This is a library. S'il vous plaît.
Ce n'est pas une bibliothèque.
Bibliothèque? I think that's Spanish, ma'am.
You are in a bookstore, not a library.
Oh.
No more bookstore bungles with Babbel.
Touriste.
Learn to speak like a local and act like one too. Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. Babbel.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Dawn Stensland here. There's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz. A feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration. Discover exceptional offers on a selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. The Welcome Home celebration happening now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. YazAutoGroup.com, PIAZZA. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you should suffer a work injury, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Finding your next home starts with American Heritage Credit Union's MyCU Home Connection program. Buyers and sellers gain access to exclusive savings, like a 20% cash reward. Enjoy lower rates and a variety of terms. Refinancing options are also available. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to apply for a free pre-approval today. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-220-6409 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-220-6409. That's 800-220-6409. What do you have to lose? Call 800-220-6409. Again, 800-220-6409.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
And we are back. If you hear Elvis, that means Linda Kearns is sitting in for Dawn Stensland here on 1210 WPHT. I have Andrew Torres producing and Jimmy Kelly in the back on the board. So I have Frank Scales and Ian McGinnis still on the phone. Thank you for sticking with me over the break.
Thank you for having us on.
Yeah, Linda, thank you.
So I'm going to turn the tables on you guys. You know, you guys think you're such hot shots. You're going, you're sticking a microphone in people's faces and you're answering questions. So I downloaded a quiz called 50 Best Fifth Grade Trivia Questions. So I'm going to ask you guys questions and put you on the spot. What do you think?
Sounds good.
We love it. What's the subject, though?
It's just basically fifth grade questions. Whether it's I'll start with science. Okay, so Frank, I'll start with you.
Okay.
What is the largest planet in our solar system?
I would have to say Jupiter.
Oh, that's right. Would you have known that, Andrew?
Absolutely. Star Trek was my favorite show growing up, so I have to have known that.
Oh, okay. All right. Ian, what is the smallest planet in our solar system?
I would say Mercury because Pluto technically isn't a planet.
That also right. So far, doing great. I don't even think I would have known these.
2 for 2's not bad.
Yeah, 2 for 2's not bad. Okay, Frank. What is the name of the process by which plants convert sunlight into food?
Photosynthesis.
Again, 3 for 3. Andrew,
if you spell it, you get bonus points.
I think we
passed the fifth grade with flying colors.
Do I spell it? PHOTOSYNTHDSIS.
Spelling bee champion too.
Oh my gosh! Now you guys are really now you're really just showing off.
Yeah.
Just yesterday, I was photosynthesizing on the beach.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
There you go. So it was already on your mind. I got you.
All right, Ian, one more science question. What is the hardest natural substance on Earth?
Oh, is it not diamonds?
4 for 4. I'm actually really impressed. All right, let's switch to some history type questions, okay? Because maybe the science was too easy. All right, Frank. Who was the first president of the United States to live in the White House?
Oh, it would have to be John Adams.
Exactly right. Andrew, would you have known that?
I did know that. The building construction was underway at the end of Washington's second term, but Adams was the first to actually live there.
And he only got 4 years in there.
Yeah,
It's unfortunate.
Right. Yeah,
he never got to see it completed.
Never saw it finished.
Okay, Ian. Here's one. I think this is a hard history question, but you guys are doing great. Which treaty ended the American Revolutionary War?
Oh, that is a hard one.
Frank, do you know? If Ian doesn't,
hold on. Let me stew on that.
Don't be looking on your phone.
I was gonna say, don't have your phones out.
No. Cue the Jeopardy music. music.
Oh yeah.
It's like in my head, but I'm gonna.
It's not Treaty of London, right? Like
no, it's not the Treaty of London.
Yeah.
Treaty of I don't know. All that comes to my head is Bunker Hill. And
Bunker Hill?
Yeah.
That's important, though.
Andrew is like chomping at the bit over there. I think he knows
I
the answer.
believe it's the Treaty of Paris.
Exactly. Treaty of Paris in 1783.
I thought of the other treaty I thought of was the Treaty of Versailles, but I knew that's not that's World War One. That's not the same thing. But I thought it was Paris, and I wasn't sure, and I was gonna throw you guys a hint. I was gonna say something along the lines of like, what country did Ben Franklin travel to try to negotiate help with, and maybe that was gonna help, but I wasn't 100% sure either. So.
Okay.
Well,
I was like thinking Civil War, not Revolutionary War. I could have got that one, man.
Appomattox Courthouse.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, I'm pretty impressed so far, and I'm wondering what the listeners are thinking, because some of these, when I looked at them, I didn't know off the top of my head. So I am impressed. Okay, Frank, in what year did the United States land on the moon?
1960. I want to say 8.
Nope. I'll give you a chance, Ian.
What was it? Was it 1972?
Nope. No. Wait, and again, Andrew's chomping
again,
at the bit over there.
I'm a Trekkie, so I have to know these things by it's in my DNA. It was 1969.
Absolutely.
That would have been. Gosh,
wait,
that was 1 year off the totem pole.
I don't understand the. What does Star Trek teach you? I thought that was just about. I don't even think I've ever seen that.
It is technically science fiction.
Hey, I've been around, the Enterprise here and there.
Oh, absolutely.
Captain Kirk, Spock.
Listen. It was my childhood. Like a lot of kids grew up watching like cartoons and stuff on Saturday mornings and all that stuff. We watched Star Trek in my house.
That's awesome.
Yeah, still do to this day. My kids are still a little too young to understand it, but one day I'll get it. But basically, it's science fiction. Like the difference between Star Trek and Star Wars is like a completely different universe. Like
right.
Earth isn't there. Like there are humans and stuff, but Star Trek it's centered around Earth and like our actual like the Milky Way galaxy. So there are a lot of things in it that are accurate and true. It's just it's exaggerated and dramatized because it's like traveling faster than the speed of light and encountering all these aliens and doing negotiations and all that stuff. But a lot of it is
still on the air, or are they making new shows?
They are making new shows. They are. So it's this year. Fun fact is actually the 60th anniversary from when the original Star Trek aired in 1966. So,
how about that?
Wow!
It's been around for quite a long time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me ask another question. I think I need to stump Andrew, but we'll start with Frank. In what year was the first Thanksgiving celebrated here in America?
Ooh, it would have to be. That would be. Oh man,
it has to be the 1600s.
Yeah, it would be the 1600s, and it would be like 16. I want to say like 1613. That's a very random guess, but
I feel like that's a little too early.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that you're close, not right. Ian, do you know?
I don't know exactly, but I'm going to ballpark it and say 1650.
Okay, the answer according to this quiz is 1621. Andrew, did you know that?
I was going to say, I thought 1620, but that was the year the Pilgrims first showed up, so it would have had to have been
Andrew,
the next
what do
year.
you do? Sit home and read trivia books?
I was homeschooled, so I had a lot of extra time on my hands.
What grades were you homeschooled for?
Up until 11th grade.
Really?
Yeah, and it was 4 of us. My mom had her hands full for sure.
You and your brothers and sisters?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. I think we turned out okay.
No, I mean, you.
I mean, my brother, kind of, sort of, but
I mean, if having tons of trivia in your head means turns out okay, yeah, you turned out okay.
Yeah, I should have been on Jeopardy.
All right, okay, here we go.
Never too late. It's never too late. You might have to go on Jeopardy.
I'd like to try. They have the ESPN Jeopardy now. I'd love to try to do the sports one. That'd be really cool.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Ian, what is the oldest city in the U.S.?
Oh. Jamestown, right?
Nope.
I don't think Jamestown, like the physical city or the town, I don't think it exists anymore.
Okay.
And are we talking about, what was the question one more time?
It says, what is the oldest city in the U.S.? I wonder if this is right.
Oldest city in the U.S.
If you're questioning it, Linda.
Why is that not coming to the top of my head? I feel like I should know that.
It would have to be...
Oldest city in the U.S.
Yeah, that's something I'm going to know the town as soon as we say it. I just can't. I can't.
Well, is it a major city or is it like a town?
No, it's a city. I first of all, I downloaded this off the internet, so of course everything on the internet is accurate. This quiz says the answer is St. Augustine, Florida. Is that?
I have heard that before.
That could be true. It's probably like a early Spanish settlement.
Spanish settlement that lasted the longest.
Okay.
And the town's grown into a city. I don't know how big the city is now. But at the time, I believe it was one of the first colonies that's existed.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
There you go. So, guys, did you ever think when you go to these protests to just start asking these questions of these people and just kind of throwing them off?
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's really not, because, like, legitimately, like, these are fifth-grade questions that everybody should know. And the fact that we didn't know some of them really boils my blood.
Yeah.
But,
sorry.
You know... we'll have to crack open the trivia book. But yeah, I feel like, sometimes switching it up and, making it a little bit more light with these people could be beneficial.
Or just
it could steer them in the right direction.
Like, I think Jesse Waters used to do that. You go to these protests and you hold up like a picture of someone. Like you're at this protest where everyone's talking about socialism, communism. Maybe you hold up pictures of, a famous socialist, famous communist and say, do you know who this is? And see if they could even answer you.
That's another good idea.
Walk around with pictures of Marx. Like, do you know who this is?
Yeah. Or here's a map. Can you even point to where China is?
Yeah.
Like, just to, if they're acting like, these types of socialist communist countries are the be all end all, like start asking them specific questions about that, and then you might not be antagonizing them right away, because they might not realize that they're being totally made fun of.
Yeah, and the idea is that, like, it's a knowledge test. You know what I mean? If you can get the answers right, if you can even like not explode and have an emotional outburst, it's not even like we're trying to provoke that. It's just it's a naturally occurring reaction. It's almost like their rage that they harbor and their anti-American sentiments that they literally can't control created a whole new industry in this content, landscape where it's like, we're not doing anything outrageous. There's no pre-existing notion where it's like, let's go get these people to freak out. They just do. You know what I mean?
They don't believe in discourse and discussion. They believe in, groupthink. They believe in going out there with a massive crowd and bullying people to get their way. That's what they want to do. So when we show up with mics and we actually want to have a conversation and we want to solve our differences through, debate and just asking questions and getting clarity on what they actually believe, they blow up because they don't know how to do that. And they feel very insecure when they realize that they can articulate their opinions. And we think it's super important for them to be able to articulate their opinions. And if they can't, then everybody should know that they literally don't know why they're out there. But I do like the idea of seeing if they know, for instance, how many branches are in the U.S. government.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think they would be able to answer that question. So we're gonna have to look into doing some trivia bits.
Yeah, and I think it would be. People would kind of get attracted to that. They would come over. They would see what you were doing, especially if you had like the pictures or the answers on poster board or something like that. It would be kind of like a cute way to kind of just get attention. Change it up a little.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
We might have to bring you out, Linda.
Oh.
That's where I was going to go. Linda might have to go out there with you guys and start quizzing some people.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think you guys are doing a really, really, really good job on your own. I wonder too if you would ask them like a specific question, if they can even answer it, like something like, well, do you approve of the current, or something like, who's your favorite Supreme Court justice? And if they can even answer that, like, I just feel like some of them, I feel like some of them might have say, oh, like Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Yeah.
You know
okay.
what I mean?
Oh,
Just
great.
like-
Which opinion of hers, do you think was her best work? And just see what they say. And I think that's going to show that they're more told what to think. Like, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, good. Antonin Scalia, bad. Alito, bad. Ketanji Brown Jackson, good. And then just really just delve into like why they think that way. Or you can say like, I don't know the current tax rates off my head, but you can say something like, the current, wage tax in if you're in Philadelphia is this percentage. What percentage do you think it should be, and why? And see what they say. Like, see if they can actually answer like a substantive policy question.
Oh yeah.
Because I don't think that they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of the wage tax, I believe Philadelphia has the highest city wage tax in the country, correct?
It is atrocious. And they get you either way. Like you're either, because I don't get wages because I have my own business. I'm a lawyer, but I have to pay something called, and I know this is just so ridiculous, but I pay something called the business privilege tax. They actually call it that. It's like the privilege of having a business in Philadelphia. Whereas if my business was not in Philadelphia, I wouldn't be paying that tax. And I would immediately give myself basically a raise because, I'm not paying that tax.
Not subject to the tax,
Yeah, I mean, if you look around, that's why, there's not as many businesses in Philadelphia. If you're in there, it's just because you have to be. So it's really a shame. Well, Frank and Ian, I do have to take a break, but this was so much fun. I am so impressed at your trivia answers. Because I looked at these, I'm like, I might not have known this. So I mean, I'm giving both of you guys an A+ on trivia, and I love the work that you do. Before I go to break, can you just tell everyone where they can find you?
So if you would like to support us or check out our social medias, you could go to surgemedia.us. We just have a new website up. We just put a new website up, and we have merch on there. You could leave a contribution if you would like. Again, our fight is not free. It takes time, money, and manpower to continue doing what we do. So if you would like to support us monetarily, surgemedia.us. If you would like to just go to social media and check out our social media pages, Surge Philly on all platforms.
Thank you so much, Frank and Ian, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Linda.
And this is Linda Kearns. We will be right back after the break. This is the Dawn Stensland Show, live and local from Philadelphia. Stay tuned.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Senators and their lack of hard work make teachers look like hardscapers. That's one thing if you're teaching high-end AP courses in 12th grade where you have a bunch of future Ivy League students and you're in a good school district. If you're in a public school district and every day is a battle just to get them to even show up for class, I feel bad for some of those teachers because compared to a senator, they're grinding. Think about that. 14 of the next 21 weeks on recess. But then I got to sit there and say, well, we got Todd Blanche confirmed. We knew Todd Blanche would get confirmed, right?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Hi, I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers. If you're looking for the perfect engagement ring, don't settle. At our family-owned store in Newtown Square, we design and create every ring ourselves, so you're dealing direct with the designer, me. Custom doesn't have to cost more, but poor quality will cost you for years. Step up to the 5th seat and get an heirloom quality ring that's as unique as your love story at Cozy Jewelers. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Wait a minute, Andrew. I was just going to compliment you on your return music.
I know, I have it. The screen went black, so I got to log back in and everything.
Where's my Elvis music? This is Linda
And
Kearns.
I can't help falling in love with you.
This is Linda Kearns on the Dawn Stensland Show.
Only time you'll hear me sing.
And that's Andrew trying to sing Elvis because he didn't cue it up correctly for me.
Hold on a second.
Oh, my. Thank you. Yes, 49 years ago today, the king was buried in Memphis, Tennessee after dying at the unfortunate young age of 42 on August 16th.
How do you? And I don't mean to cut you off. How much longer do you think he would have lived, or how much of because we talk about impacting generations and stuff like that. You see the Rolling Stones were performing at a very old age, and all these bands and stuff like that. How much longer do you think he really would have been out there or have been able to perform physically on stage?
You kind of wonder when these people's lives are cut short.
Mm-hmm.
Would
we talked about Michael Jackson earlier too.
Yeah.
He was going to go on tour.
Yeah, would they have less of an impact
Right.
because they kind of would have fizzled out? I don't know. I think that Elvis dying young, it really contributes to the mythology of him and
yeah, it definitely adds to it.
Yeah, and there's only so much information available about him. It certainly wasn't a time when everyone was running around with cameras and cell phones,
Yeah.
and so there's just a finite amount of material about him, and even the people who knew him are starting
Right.
to die off. So
Yeah.
because I know at Elvis, last week they called Elvis Week at Graceland. They have all sorts of programs and everything, and they do have some of his friends come there, but those people are now all in their 80s too. So
Yeah.
I don't. You do kind of wonder. But he just lived a very hard life, and
Yeah.
it's not a secret that he, just didn't take care of himself.
Yeah.
So
we talked about the toll that
Yeah.
Hollywood and that kind of lifestyle
yeah, we were
takes
talking
on
about
you.
that
and
that poor. How
it's
do you
tough.
say her name? The actress who just died.
Hayden Panettiere.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. 36 years old.
Yeah, it's
Terrible.
It's terrible. And it's a reminder. Dom Giordano had asked me on Friday if I had a thought about Elvis dying, and I think one of my big thoughts is, 42 is very young, and none of us know how much time we have, and I think that you really have to
Yeah.
remember it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Andrew, you really have a lot of information packed into that head.
A little bit. Some of it's helpful to others. Some of it's for my own entertainment and such. But
So when you sit around with your family and play Trivial Pursuit,
Mhm.
what do people say? This isn't even fun because you're getting all the answers.
honestly, it just depends on the category.
Gotcha.
So obviously, American history, world history, I had a passion for. I was pretty good in school. Sports trivia is what I was really good at. The thing I always say is I was good enough to play competitively in high school and like in middle school and stuff. But once I tried to pursue it after that, trying to get into college and stuff like that, number one, I didn't have a lot of time to play college sports. Number two, I knew that my time on the competitive field was not going to be lasting much longer. Gotcha. So the way that I look at it is, if I have the opportunity to talk about sports, since I don't play it as much anymore, I'll do that.
Gotcha.
So the broadcasting and the talking and the trivia and all that stuff is a part of it. But
well, speaking of sports, what do you think? Are the Phillies going to eke it out? Are we going to make the playoffs? What
I think the issue with the Phillies is they just need to find any way to be consistent.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they're lacking. I really do think a lot of people question the Luis Urias trade to bring him in, to bring some consistency in the lineup. I think that's what they were missing. He definitely helps. But I think it's definitely a matter of finding that consistency, especially the rest of August into September, and just staying competitive. I think the Braves are going to win the division. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But I think the Phillies can be competitive and get to a wild card spot.
Okay, well, good. I'm going to hold you to that. We'll wait and see.
Holding the Yankees fan accountable for the Phillies.
We obviously, the Dawn Show is coming to an end, and the Dean of Talk Radio is next, and he just entered the studio, and I have a question to ask him. Dom Giordano, what were you doing 49 years ago today when Elvis was being buried in Memphis? Were you watching the funeral?
No, Linda, I could lie and say I was. I was a fan, of course, but I saw the tragedy of this, and we learned more almost immediately afterward. I don't remember that date, what I was doing.
Do you remember, I think I talked about this on your show on Friday, do you remember the newspapers, the pictures of all the people there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. And continues the staying power. And one measure is the estate, how much is gained every year. I think the only one that gains that's been passed away for a while more is Michael Jackson, arguably. Right. But Elvis, even more than Sinatra.
Oh, yeah. So,
of course, Sinatra.
Well, please. Andrew, if you don't know, Dom lured me down the shore for a debate. He called it a debate.
A debate
like as if
in
it was
air
going to be
quotes.
fair. And I argued that Elvis was better, and he argued that Sinatra was better. Well, he packed this bar in Wildwood, which is already filled with, Jersey Italian people, with people from South Philly. So
good job, Dom. Way to go.
Bar with Sinatra fans. And then the way that they voted on who won the debate was they clapped. And of course, the whole thing was completely fixed. It was.
It's Dom's show. It's Dom's spot. Of course,
nobody can debate me, right? Andrew?
No.
This summer,
unless you tell him, unless it's about gravy and sauce. That's the only thing.
He thought he'd beat me again. He lured me down there to talk about Jaws, and we debated about whether the mayor in Jaws was right to keep the beaches open or wrong, and I took the position that he was right to keep the beaches open.
I agree with you. I think I think it's up to the people to decide.
See, and Dom.
Mayor Rosanella's on at 1:30 today. He blew a fuse. Remember, he said it's a wilderness off North Wildwood.
Yes.
If you go in more than 10 feet of water, there's always sharks out there. We have him on to talk about. He's the commissioner now of the entire county.
Right.
Great guy. That was the highlight of the day for me. We're going to talk to him about Strathmere now with the beach fee thing, among other stuff.
Oh, what they're now going to have?
Yeah, Strathmere. Yeah, and Henry, my producer, is all on board with that. He wants to make it like a private beach.
Well,
it's insane.
Speaking of your producers, I brought in funeral cupcakes for my producers.
Oh,
Henry,
okay.
Kirk, and save some for Justin and Matt later on today. They're funeral cupcakes.
Yeah, they won't last past the first break.
Because Elvis was buried 49 years ago today. But now I have to wrap up the Dawn Show. This is Linda Kearns. Thank you for having me live and local from Philadelphia. And the Dean of Talk Radio, Dom Giordano, is next.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. July, usually a busy time for home builders, but new home construction was down sharply last month by more than 12%. The building of single-family homes now at the lowest level in 4 years. The reason is sky-high prices and elevated mortgage rates, making those homes harder for most people to afford. President Trump says all mines have been removed or detonated in the Strait of Hormuz. He also posted an image of a map labeling the strait as a new U.S. territory. That was on his Truth Social media platform. And oil, 1.5% higher, is close to $86 a barrel. As for stocks, they are lower. Again, weakness in the risky tech sector amid worries about rising government bond yields. Right now, the Dow is down 0.25%, the S&P down a little more than 0.5%, the tech-heavy NASDAQ 1.25% lower. And Madonna, just got 11 nominations for MTV Video Music Awards, more than anyone else. Taylor Swift came in second with 9 nominations. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hi, our strong reputation for offering the lowest possible prices brings so many new customers to National Appliance Warehouse. They shop confidently knowing that Price Assure is always working to confirm the National Appliance Warehouse price is the best available. What keeps bringing them back is the experience they receive. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're guided by our what if policy, meaning what if this customer was my parent, child, or friend? We provide the same 5-star service we deliver to our own family. You deserve it all. The lowest prices on the perfect new appliances and a delightful, satisfying experience. That's how National Appliance Warehouse customers become our friends.
The Friends and Family Savings event is back at National Appliance Warehouse. Upgrade your laundry for less with Whirlpool. Get a top-load laundry pair from Whirlpool, regularly $7.49 each for only $498.88 each. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is. Voice came on. That was the whole shtick. He wanted to be in Major League Baseball. Now he's in France with a villa. All right, so Henry, if that's your desire, there's the career path right to that. Okay, great guy in the legislature in New Jersey, making his mark today, and hopefully we'll have him on tomorrow. We have Don Fantasia, his colleague. Now, you have to understand, these Republicans in Jersey are up against it. He put together 6 months of research. This guy just doesn't fire away. And he's come up with what I think is as factual as anything you're going to find, indicating, now I'm not sure if he left this out. We get Paul on tomorrow. I'll ask him. That people that are in New Jersey illegally cost taxpayers $8.19 billion a year. Yeah, but what about what they bring? Yeah, really? You want to make that argument? This is very detailed. Just the fact that they flood New Jersey schools, the $20 million in the illegal defense fund. The part that he left out is, even though they're illegal in New Jersey, they get the in-state tuition rate or go to college for free. But $8.19 billion, and he is turning all this information over to the U.S. Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, the U.S. House Judiciary Committee, that's Jeff Van Drew, who will also try to get on, to immediately investigate New Jersey's motor vehicle and voter registration systems, warning that the state cannot be trusted to police itself. We know all this, you can say. Yeah, but see, in the legal world, actually documenting this and actually having official sources, rather than what I do in talk radio, I could guesstimate it might be more than $8 billion. Are the people in New Jersey this dense? You know my theory on it. You have enough progressives, liberals in New Jersey that are willing to take a hit because they do well enough in order to live there and come up with their silly ideas. They're willing to be taxed more, take a hit. Then you have people who demand more and more and more from government. They don't work, can't work, whatever it might be. And then you have a group who doesn't want to be there under these situations, but they have family ties, they have a connection. Let's face it, Jersey's got buzz. It's got flavor. It's got the juice versus flyover country. You know, you can move to South Carolina, or we used to talk with Dan, Indiana. They have this, that, and the other. It doesn't cost as much. But they want to live in Jersey, even if they don't articulate that. That's what it comes down to. But $8.19 billion. So Dawn Fantasia here on that and a couple of other things. This is a very detailed report over 6 months period of time. I haven't seen anybody in office do anything like this. And I salute Dawn and Kenitra, Inganamorph, Mort, all these guys and women that are trying to fight this desperate battle against a crazy place, Jersey. Matt Rooney, Rich, the whole gang there. So we'll give you more details on that. Now, I want to play you a clip. This is from their steering committee. And we're striking out trying to get these DSA guys on. One of them, I told you, I met at the Republican event last week. You know, we exchanged. He took his cell phone, Mary with mine. Boom, we have everybody's numbers. We're joined at the hip. And now he's a little bit reluctant to come on and face the music. Here is, though, one of their steering committee meetings. And listen to what this guy says. What is it that is the enemy they have to overcome? Now, it's pretty clear DSA is willing to ally. These progressives are too, with the Muslim Sharia law crowd. What do they have in common? They want to overthrow the West. They hate the West. And in the United States, there's one barrier, thank God. It is blessed by God. It's inspired by God. There's no other reason for it. That is the U.S. Constitution, you scumbags. That's what they're after here. Here's one of them in one of their little committee meetings, steering committee for the DSA, which was not hot up until now. Now, today we have a primary in Florida. A Republican a Democrat, who you could argue, if you could argue any of them are, is more on just the liberal moderate side. Moskowitz, a big supporter of Israel. He's facing a DSA guy in a redistricted place. The odds are he could lose tonight. If so, there's several of them in Florida that could win. You're going to hear more and more of this. Remember, hatred of Israel and Jews, that's a large part of this. Listen to these people, though, talk about what their enemy is. America is their enemy, but the thing that is like the kryptonite, it's the U.S. Constitution. Listen to this.
Goal. So the two things that we're famous for is our commitment to a program and our hatred of the United States Constitution.
Yes, baby.
What the program does is it gives us a roadmap to revolution, and it gives us the obstacle that we finally will have to get over to have a revolution, which is the United States Constitution, the basis of the United States government. And what the minimum maximum program specifically, what that format specifically gives us is that roadmap. It gives us the minimum circumstances under which we would be able to take power and govern. And it gives us the maximum program, which is the goals that we're actually aiming for. It also clarifies democracy as both the end goal and as part of the process to get there, ensures the internal party democracy that we want to see in DSA. So it really wraps up the revolutionary tradition of democracy that I think socialism and abolitionism in the United States have always been a part of, and aims it, at a future that we can live in as a human species. Because I think absent a revolutionary democratic socialist republic in North America, we may not have a livable future.
Okay, you need to be on YouTube, because if you would see these characters, the one guy reaching out, give me another slug of that fattening soda, throwing it back, three guys like that, and this little guy in the middle, Constitution. That's why they hate the Electoral College. That's why they want to go after all this stuff. It's the Constitution. I remember this a few years back at the height of all the stuff over the statues, tearing down the statues. O'Reilly was on with me. And his observation was that this is deeper than that. These are just the outliers. It is about the Constitution. The Constitution is the thing that stops them. And when they try to tell you, well, times have changed, why do you want to be to this restrictive Constitution? I know why. Exactly so we can stop people like this. And the second retort is, and of course, we have the amendment process. So if something has changed, we can amend. Now, that doesn't mean it's easy. It shouldn't be easy. But just they're inspired here. They know exactly what the problem is for them to get their dream of overthrowing this country, Western civilization. It is the U.S. Constitution, the thing that protects our rights against the government, but also the thing that stops these wild ideas of just one day fling and we're suddenly thrown in to something that is not the United States of America. Now, in the end, they're going to lose, but even that is not certain. It takes work to continue to defend that against every one of these schemes, including the Electoral College. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. So $8.19 billion is the guesstimate based upon a lot of research by this Assemblyman, Paul Kenitra, who hopefully we'll have on tomorrow. But we do have Dawn Fantasia coming up, his colleague, that's on this, to talk about the impact and referring it to the federal government so that we are going to see some action. This is the blueprint to go after them on this and to go after non-citizens voting, etc. That just broke maybe an hour or so ago. All right, let me give you the side question. Yesterday, we told you, sadly, the passing of Tommy John. So we're interested today in taking some kind of procedure, some kind of product, something that took the name of an individual associated with him. Now, it's rare, usually, medical procedures like Tommy John surgery. You think they would take the name of Job surgery. He's the most prominent guy. He's probably operated on 50,000 athletes. But because this was so experimental, apparently, 1974-ish, Tommy John, the name stuck because he not only came through this, he came through this and did well afterward. It's shocking.
I think having a slightly more simple name also helped, too.
Yeah, sure.
Like, they're not remembering Dr. Job. They're just going, what was that guy with the surgery? John, yeah, Tommy John, yeah.
Well, that's right, Tommy and John.
The Tommy John surgery,
We could have done the two names, two first names, yes. All right, but he's not in the Hall of Fame, even with all that. It's hard to understand. He came to our attention. He was vaguely, or maybe more than vaguely, toward the end of his life, pro-Trump. And we were trying to get him on to talk about that. There were negotiations. Was more talking about the Hall of Fame, which could have been a byproduct. I think he does belong in the Hall of Fame. But anyhow, I'll take off probably the one that has the most. We've seen it in so many movies, real life, the Heimlich maneuver. I don't know how the guy invented it, why it came to him to do it that way. But, of course, it stuck. Now, Heimlich is kind of a funny-sounding name, but it stuck. I'll also take off the invention of Earl Tupper. Tupperware with that burp. Yeah, a great product. How did they get that burp in there? How did they do that? That's the secret sauce. And there is no Chef Boyardee. That's made up. I always thought he's my top 5 Italians of all time, Chef Boyardee. The guy's last name was Italian. It was like Boardi, I think. But somehow or another, they came up with Chef Boyardee and those SpaghettiOs or whatever he made.
They just made it phonetic.
Yeah, they made a phonetic change. There was a real guy, but Chef Boyardee per se wasn't really it. But just to throw that one in. All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, just to clarify too, we're keeping these more contemporary.
Yes,
I'll
1950.
Say.
Let's say,
So I just wanted to clarify that for the listeners. Yeah.
Let's not go back to the Earl of Sandwich.
Yeah, no, we don't need the crapper coming in here. We don't. Don't need any.
And no budge. The crapper is in the league of Budge Wire. It's out. It's out. Drop the phone now. Do not say it. Yes.
Let's keep it more contemporary. When people listening to the station were alive. How about that?
Exactly
like
right.
in that ballpark.
And not gross.
Yeah. So anyway, the first one I'm going to take off. I'm actually going to take off two foods today. Of course, the one food I'm going to take off first is the brainchild of one Ignacio Anaya, which of course you know that, Dom. You know what Ignacio Anaya invented, right?
I'm working on it. Sounds like an Italian guy.
Not even close.
No? Okay.
No. Maybe you know him better by his nickname, Nacho. Nacho Anaya,
okay, right.
Yeah, invented the nacho back in 1943 and inspired him to open up his own restaurant in the 1960s. He's credited with inventing the nacho. And then the other one I'm going to take off, it's an interesting one. How about German chocolate cake? No, it's not from Germany. It is invented by a man from Dallas, Texas named Samuel German.
Wow.
Who developed the idea of baking dark chocolate in the recipe, and now that's why it's called German chocolate cake. It has nothing to do with Germany. It has to do with this Texas man, Samuel German.
All right, great stuff. Good research. How about you, Kirk?
So I'm going to go with two. Sports, Michael Jordan and his Air Jordans, which I can't afford. And second, Robert Jarvik, who invented and successful Jarvik 7 artificial heart.
Okay, great. I remember the first $100 sneaker. I think it was Jordan's, and just the riots at stores and all that. People going nuts. $100 as a sneaker now is not so much, but
Right.
at that point,
I feel like,
yeah, it's like $1,000 at that point. Okay, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Coming up, what is the wildest part of this Penn State story? With 14 people now indicted, Dave Sunday, great attorney general, 13 of them, these college kids. What's the wildest part? I have three candidates, meaning hard to believe this happened. Now, it wasn't necessarily directly on campus. I have two contenders at least, parts of this story that are wild. And I'm not a fraternity guy. I just did a look. If that's your thing, you want to be a fraternity boy, come on, Tom, that was biased. Yeah, go right ahead. I just think this is always problematic. Oh, but we're doing a hunger drive. Yeah, after we're cutting the Coke, let's go do the hunger drive. All right. So there are two parts. Henry, you want to make a guess? The wild parts of this, other than the whole thing's wild.
How so?
Something that pops. If you were a talk show host, immediately I'm reading down, bang, right there. There it is. Well, I'll give it to you. That sometimes with pledges, they had them cut the Coke as part of the pledging process.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I mean,
you
my
can't be
God,
doing that. Yeah.
my God, how far does this nonsense go? So I looked it up. Penn State already had 7 hazing incidents this year that they've had to deal with. And again, somebody died there because of the alcohol consumption at Penn State. It was a huge deal. They're still going to do it. They are going to do this nonsense. But having people cut Coke, how do you think you're not going to get caught?
Yeah, that's a step. I mean, you're getting kids fresh out of high school to start doing your grunt work. That's never going to work out. That's so dumb.
And it took years. This happened in 24, maybe some in 25. So it didn't happen until lately that they actually got busted. What? There is one other thing, too, that got me with this. Of enough things I've seen, the way drug deals go down, I'll explain coming up. 855-839-1210. And Penn State did just the other day, Josh Shapiro recognizing him, graduate their 1 millionth graduate. So believe me, I know how many Penn State people are out there. When the Joe Paterno thing was going on, and I said what I said, oh, man, like accosted by that woman in the soup aisle at the Acme in Flowertown.
Million too many.
Yeah, 1 million. We are 1 million strong now. We are the Coke capital. All right, 855-839-1210.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
This piece is perfect, but I'm just not sure about the color.
Honey, this is Bucks County Estate Traders. They're a one-stop shop with their in-house upholstery service. Their design team can help us customize it to fit our living room perfectly.
Even if I'm thinking bright purple?
Okay, let's talk about this.
Bring your vision to life, however bold it may be. With Bucks County Estate Traders' in-house upholstery service, our craftsmen can redesign any piece on the showroom floor to make it yours. Visit our Hatfield showroom today or click buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
All Dom Giordano listeners, follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210. You get on board AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210. Remember, it's all in the call, not just blurting out some brand name. A name attached to something, why that intrigues you, why that's your choice. In honor of Tommy John, who tangentially we got to know a little bit through all this back and forth with him. Tommy John surgery, passed away, I think it was 82. Okay. The other thing I mentioned, Penn State. Two things jump out at me. One, a lot of this was going on college campus, even though apparently it's off campus where these two fraternities are involved. So when you have two of this, you got to think something's going to go wrong there. Apparently, the coke dealing was just on the campus. Seems to be a lot. I mentioned they would go to Philadelphia and New York to buy the drugs, to get the shipment, if you will. You look at these kids. How many times are they going with drug dealers before they just show up and take their money and saying, you're not getting the drugs, what are you going to do about it? I am shocked that this went on for years, because these date back to 24, 25, beginning of, where it's alleged this happened, where they got somebody undercover in some of these fraternity pledging, whatever. And with the pledging, to say part of your pledge is to be cutting cocaine. Now, look, I know a lot of people want to do nutty stuff. It's not for me. This fraternity stuff over the years is the sorority stuff equally bad. But you stay there when they're telling you you have to cut drugs and maybe help distribute it as part of your pledging to get into the fraternity. Look, I realize these might be 18-year-olds, give or take, whatever. Okay, we get all that. But still, does this seem like something? It's not to tell them, hey, you got to sell marijuana here or something. All right, questionable, but no, they know this is cocaine. Is it a drive that you're that bad that you want to be in a fraternity? You'll do almost anything, even sadly kill yourself in many instances, or do the most degrading stuff, some of it just beyond hard to believe. Yeah, Henry. Yeah.
Well, I went through it. I get it. I mean, what I think is why they kept going in this case, I guess, is there's two things. I guess, there is sort of a glamorized kind of look into Greek life through movies and whatnot over the years. You want to be a part of that. You want that to be your college life. And then the second part of it is if, say, you do get a bid to one of these fraternities and you start pledging, you can't drop because then you're blacklisted from all the other fraternities on campus. And that's the threat they give you in your face time and time and time again when things are tough and they want you to quit, or you want to quit. They'll throw that in your face, say, hey, if you quit, you're never getting into another Greek organization on this campus ever.
Doesn't it say how rotten this whole thing is right there? God.
Well, I think like this, like at least not with the cocaine, but like fraternity Greek-wise, like you're fighting for numbers. You want to have the most numbers on campus. You want to have the most money coming into your organization. You don't want these kids to drop, so you threaten them. Yeah, if you do drop, you're never going anywhere else. This is your only option. We need you here. It is rotten in that sense, but especially to make them cut drugs. But yeah, that's how it goes.
Okay, we differ on this. I just have zero appeal to any of this. I have to restrain myself even. I respect that you wanted to do it for your own reasons, but to me, I have to admit, I just despise it. I just crawl with it. I can't say it any other way.
I mean, looking back, it was completely ridiculous doing that, but it was the thing to do at Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. Maybe if I went to Penn State, it wouldn't have been, such a big thing. There's other things to do, but in Bloomsburg, that was the thing to do.
Doesn't somebody go to their mom or dad and say, what do I do in this situation? Are you nuts? You're not cutting cocaine here for this part of the pledge.
No, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I never did anything like that.
Yeah. Or abuse yourself in one way, shape, or form for this. Something about it just...
It's funny to look back on, to be honest.
Yeah.
I understand. Like, in the moment, it stinks. I'm not going to lie. But, looking back on it, it's kind of funny.
And the guys that are running this type of stuff, I admit it, I despise them. I just can't say it any other way.
I know the people in charge of the pledges are the worst people in the fraternity.
Right. Well, what I mean, Henry, I don't know. Maybe it's the South Philly thing. In South Philly, these guys aren't coming here and buying drugs. They're getting killed right there. It just stuns me that this went on. And what's Penn State going to do about it as a reform? Oh, man, attacking Penn State again. Got to watch it. They have 1 million graduates out there. All right, hit us on the side. And what part of this seems to you to be jump out? Those are the things that jump out. They went to Philadelphia and New York. Now, maybe the drugs were not as extensive. I don't know. Dave Sunday didn't say. I don't think it's like kilos or anything. Could you buy a small quantity of drugs? And that's what they were doing? I'm not sure. I'd have to see how much.
I feel like in order for this to be a news story and to get busted like this, it had to be a substantial amount.
Okay, do these guys look like they're showing up with $100,000 for drug dealers and not getting killed?
Kinda. I saw one of their like recruitment videos this morning actually when I was just scrolling, and yeah, they do seem like that kind of type. Yeah, to have that money.
Yeah, but I mean, why would the drug dealer? All right, the argument is they're going to continue to supply them. I guess they would just rob them and say, maybe the next time we'll give you drugs. What are they going to do about it?
Lose a customer.
Yeah, but I just can't see these guys coming into North Philly, Kensington, buying drugs and getting out alive. I just don't on a
It's
routine
good business.
basis. All right.
That's how I see it. Is it's just good business for the drug dealers.
Yeah,
they're probably upcharging too. We'll take these fratty Penn State kids for a ride. We'll upcharge them.
What was it in Breaking Bad? Tuco. Tuco. You think Tuco's thinking, though I want him to keep on coming back? Or is he kidnapping them for a while, taking their money, and saying, the next time you come back, I'll give you drugs? I mean, maybe they're right. Maybe they're drug dealers that are more businessmen than like Tuco. I'm just picturing Tuco and these guys, where are our drugs? Great character. Top 10 character in Breaking Bad.
Oh, he's great,
too, yeah. Okay, we got the great Dawn Fantasia coming up. A lot of breaking news out of Jersey today. I'm coming to your calls. Hit us with that brand name. And is Henry right? I've seen too many movies. Would drug dealers think it's business, we'll keep on doing it with these guys? Or would they just take their money? 855-839-1210.
Summer's the season for fresh starts, and nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth has been a family business built on quality and true craftsmanship. This summer, we're making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation, plus flexible financing to fit any budget. 4 decades of local families have trusted us to get it right. Now it's your turn. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it deserves. You're invited to the Invitation to Lexus Summer Sales Event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Discover more than an exceptionally crafted vehicle. Experience everything a Lexus makes you feel, from exhilarating performance to inspiring electrification. Explore the redesigned 2026 Lexus IS and the all-new Lexus ES, available in hybrid and electric. Visit the family-owned, veteran-owned, 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Lexus of Cherry Hill. For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The all-new Pro Battery by Steel. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big guests. I think I saw on our guest, Dawn Fantasia's Twitter, again with the Bears. There was some Sussex County thing with another bear thing. That's how we first got to know her a couple years ago. Because people in Newark were telling people out in the country in Jersey, there is country, how to live and what to do with bird feeders so that apparently bears wouldn't get at them and all the stuff. Meanwhile, Newark burns are spending $1 trillion. They're concerned about bird feeders. But we just saw this morning this big report, meticulous, about how much do people that are in Jersey illegally cost taxpayers. Dawn Fantasia is the assemblywoman in District 24, mainly, I think it's Sussex County. And Dawn joins us again here in Philadelphia on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dawn, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Thanks for having me.
So one of your colleagues, and you guys are the Three Musketeers, fight the good fight despite sometimes overwhelming odds, just dropped this big report, $8.19 billion. Illegals are costing people in New Jersey, Dawn. Your thoughts on that? Is that figure, was meticulous. It's the best guess we have. What do you think about it?
Well, I can say that you're probably familiar with Assemblyman Paul Kinitra. He has been really on this. This has been the issue that he has really, really hammered home. And, through his research, the research from some of our different offices and venues, it spans so large of a scope of services when you think about it. When you think about housing, when you think about medical care, when you think about insurance, what happens to the state of New Jersey and our insurance rates for uninsured motorists. When you think about school costs, the list goes on and on, the alleged affordable housing or high-density housing, and you add all of this up. You throw in, services like legal services that this administration wants to pay to help prevent deportations. You think about the cost that it causes law enforcement for our ridiculous catch and release and our bail reform that needs revision, the Immigrant Trust Directive, which is so poorly named, but you add all of that together and you look at it holistically and you realize just how much this is costing the state of New Jersey.
Dawn, one of the things, it's almost like here in Philadelphia, I've talked many times. Yesterday I talked about it again. With homicides under Larry Krasner, people have to make their peace with it. It's so awful. Well, what set them off was shoplifting, stuff right in front of them. And one of the things in here, I'm not sure if Paul covered this, is the fact that if you're here illegally and you're in New Jersey, you get the college tuition break versus I'm 6 inches here in Pennsylvania. I don't. It brings it home how out of whack this all is.
Not only do I find that entirely illegal, it's unconstitutional, right? Because if you talk about equal protection clause, like in no way, why are we discriminating against Pennsylvanians? I live in Northwest New Jersey. I am close to the Pennsylvania border. I'm also close to the New York State border. How come those folks are not able to come, but we give these breaks, these perks? It's as if we intentionally entice. Also, don't forget, when it comes to medical care, we've talked about New Jersey with the, again, poorly named reproductive health care, but, any terminations are free up to the moment of birth, and that includes people who are here illegally, and they just have to step a toe across the New Jersey border. But did you know anybody in the entire country can step a toe across the New Jersey state border and is entitled to a free termination done by, personnel in the state of New Jersey, free of cost?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Dawn, the impact of this now, he has referred to this Department of Justice and all that, and it ties into the non-citizens vote. So let's talk about that. The tactic, of course, is to minimize and say, why are you guys talking about 400 voters? They don't decide anything. Where are we with this? Is it in the hands of Jeff Van Drew? Where is that?
My God. So where do you even start with New Jersey Votergate, right? The facts of the case are almost unbelievable. So we're just looking at one calendar year. That's what everybody's getting caught up on, not even spanning back because we know this has been going on for years prior. But we're looking at one calendar year where 6,600 people indicated that they weren't citizens when they went to the Motor Vehicle Commission. The next question was, would you like to vote? And clearly they checked, yes, I would like to vote. So therefore, around 400, it's estimated to be 400 non-citizens actually voted in New Jersey elections. Now, those voter rolls are a big part of what Congressman Van Drew is trying to get a hold of, and for the hearings at the federal level. And this is what people are getting hung up on. Congress themselves don't need to pass a new law every time the Department of Justice investigates whether an existing federal law was violated. And New Jersey has violated federal election laws, right?
Exactly.
We've absolutely violated. So we're in a situation where the governor feels, again, she is entitled. As an attorney, I don't understand the reading comprehension barrier for the current laws, for the Constitution, and the fact that she was a congresswoman, she should know this. But the fact that we are bucking against and trying to shield this information from getting to the federal government when they are well within their legal boundaries to discover this. New Jersey went on a voter deletion record spree, and they shut down the registration through the MVC for a day or two. You couldn't get a hold of it, and suddenly 8,000 or so records were disappeared and wiped from the system. I'm sorry, this is absolutely horrific, and it has nothing to do with one errant vote. It could be one, it could be 100, 1,000, 100,000. The point is the system is designed to actually allow for this to happen.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
People getting caught up on a number, and small numbers can change elections. We have local elections that are decided by single-digit votes. We have county elections sometimes that are decided by 100 votes. We have legislative votes in specific districts that have been won or lost by a couple hundred votes. So you're telling me if 8,000 some voters are wiped off for 1 year, you tell me if those elections are valid. We don't know.
No, exactly right. Dawn, kudos to you, too. This is a few weeks back. I saw you with the results. I guess I would call it a tutor or intense tutoring program. You're heavily involved in education. We talked about we wanted you at Department of Ed if Jack Chettarelli had won. And we're seeing this Mississippi miracle where they're doing the stuff that you and I know as educators over the course of years works, and they're implementing it in a methodical way. New Jersey, which was once, I think, pretty good, maybe not the money they're spending. Jersey spends 2.5 times maybe what Mississippi does. And yet Mississippi has created a miracle here, just getting kids to read.
You are absolutely right. I mean, if you need the case study to see the difference between spending money on education and actually improving education, you just got to compare the two. When you look, all the states, we take the NAEP test, right? That is the nation's report card, where all the kids across the country are taking the same test, let's say in 4th and 8th grade, right? So I'll give you an example. In 2013, Mississippi ranked 49th in the United States in 4th grade reading. And by 2024, they rank 9th. They're number 1 in the nation for gains in reading and math since 2013. And when you talk about New Jersey, this is the real kicker. This year, Mississippi in 4th grade math scored a raw score of 239. New Jersey scored 240. We are now 1 point from Mississippi, but New Jersey has been at that same level of 239 and 240 for the past 20 years. And look at what Mississippi did. They grew while New Jersey is stagnating. And the difference is they admitted they had a problem and they attacked it. They actually passed legislation called the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, and they screened kids in kindergarten through 3rd grade to catch the problems. They put so much effort into reading instruction, literacy coaches. If a child falls behind, that child gets yanked out and helped immediately. Parents are notified. They created a 3rd grade reading gate. So that's if a child can't demonstrate required reading skills, you can't push the kid to 4th grade. They have to stay there. This is what Mississippi did, and the difference in New Jersey is we just cut scores on our own assessments and say, oh, we're doing so much better. We just drop the requirements, make it easier. We are failing the students of New Jersey by not following the Mississippi model.
Yeah, I was going to ask why would we do that, but that is the game plan there. Do I notice, because it has to be wearing, you have a lot of energy, a lot of vision, and your colleagues and all. I noticed a little wind at the back of you guys, maybe in Jersey this time around. Is something breaking through, just maybe?
We always say that. We feel it. We feel it even with engagement with people in real life. I'm not talking about, people can't live on social media. Social media is one segment of it. But when we're actually out in the communities, when we're actually in places where we're not so comfortable all the time, I'm finding more and more that we are being welcomed. When we're in crowds that don't tend to lean our way, tend to be maybe blue dog Democrats or, a little more on the more moderate scale. What we are saying, what we are proposing is not crazy conspiracy, right-wing, far-right. What we're doing is we are offering a sane counterbalance to what we're seeing come out of the far left, and we are really, really energized. That might be what you are feeling. I mean, we're loud. We're not quiet about it. We're identifying problems, but we're also giving valid solutions that are resonating, not just with Republicans. Seems what we are saying is resonating with a larger portion of the general populace.
So, Dawn, let's look to the midterms here. How are you feeling about Tom Kean with that observation? Because, I'm looking at it far. You're the expert in Jersey, you, Matt Rooney, Rich, and all. And I know that district should be relatively safe. Is it? Or is that going to be a battle? And are there other areas? Is there anywhere you think there could be an upset?
Well, that district, CD7, has had different iterations, based on redistricting and whatnot. I think when the congressman came back to work, he came back strong and swinging, and his office, his comms team, is doing a really good job putting out all the things that Tom has done for the district. Now, part of Sussex County, Morris County, Warren County are represented by Congressman Kean. And he, again, is not slouching. We were saying, what's it going to be like when he returns after his medical illness? And he is back. He is swinging. And his opponent in that race is, just that they tried to clone Mikey Sherrill. They put a transplant who has the same style Navy experience. She doesn't say a whole lot of a lot. She speaks in platitudes and general silliness. But we know at the end of the day, her positions tend to lean much further left than they would like anybody to believe. So it's, for that race, it's going to be a nail biter, but it really is going to be about messaging and engagement, getting voters in that district on the same page. And looking across the state, we have Nellie Poe. She's from Patterson. So what that district is, that's somewhat of a vulnerable district. I know the candidate, her name is Rosie Pino.
Yes.
She hails from Clifton. And she is coming swinging. So if we're looking for an upset to upset Democrats, I think that's a potential. I'm not saying that it's in the bag, but I know Rosie's incredibly active, and her team's really getting her out there. So again, I'm not looking for giant gains in the state of New Jersey. We obviously want to keep our seats. Picking up an extra seat would be, a really, really positive change. We're really interested in our next round as well of statewide elections where the entire Senate and entire Assembly is on the ballot. That'll really, give us an opportunity to really push what's happening out into the public and see where the general population of New Jersey stands.
Well, it's obvious there is more energy. Dawn, where do we find you?
You can follow me on X at DawnFantasia_NJ and on Facebook, Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia.
Thank you, Dawn. Take care now.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Dawn Fantasia here on Talk Radio 1210. That's all very positive. The Kenitra report. We'll try to get Paul on. 6 months on this, around $8.2 billion. I think it's even higher, but meticulously done. Referring this now. So I know you can say, oh, my God, what do you need in New Jersey to break through? And I sense that they are breaking through. Not overnight. If they could turn even one seat more to Republicans, that's going to count a lot in the upcoming midterms. All right, here's how you get in with Dom. Hit us on that side question, too. A name attached to a procedure, a product of recent development in honor of Tommy John, 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a moment about Dr. Bentz. And, over the course of time, I've told you that I've gone to Dr. Bentz's now for 12 years, and I've interviewed a lot of people who were patients referred by what I've told them over those 12 years of talking about him. And many of them are women. And a number said to me, I was the person in the family. We put things off. looked out. They had parents they had to help take care of and all. And then they came to a point where thinking this is something they really wanted, meaning great dental health and a healthy, beautiful smile. It's an investment in yourself and your confidence. It's not vanity. So whether you've been thinking about replacing missing teeth, improving your smile, or restoring the ability to eat and smile comfortably, you don't have to keep on putting it off. Dr. Robert Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz, board-certified prosthodontists, they specialize in complex restorative and cosmetic dentistry. Expertise, I've told you my own, with implants have worked wonderfully. Veneers, crowns, full mouth rehabilitation, comprehensive smile and makeovers. It's all there if that's what you want, or just great everyday dentistry. You know, when you smile confidently, that impacts how you look in photos, enjoy meals, laugh freely, feel like yourself again. You spent a lifetime investing in the people you love. Now invest in yourself. Start with your smile. Schedule that consultation with the Bentz Dental Group. You look over, they look over, and then we come to something that's really going to work for you. You can reach them at 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Two different things here. If you're going on vacation with a bunch of adults and you want to have the, those evenings where you're at the shore house, have a little fire pit or whatever. But if you're just taking your kids for like a 4-day, 3-night vacation to insert whatever beach town, aren't you supposed to be out at the beach or at the pool or on the boardwalk most of the day? Whatever happened to just finding something that's affordable, you're going to maybe take a nap at, you're going to sleep at, and you're going to go in and get a shower? Like, why are you spending $10,000 on something that you're going to spend like 5% of your vacation time in? It seems like a poor investment.
Have you ever been to the Jersey Shore?
He clearly has.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The Birds are back, and another championship run starts now. Don't just watch the season. Be part of it. Hit the road with thousands of fellow fans and take over the opposing stadium. Fans of Philly has road trips available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, London, and more. Every trip includes airfare, game tickets, and an exclusive pregame party. Book your seat today with the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network at fansofphilly.com. That's fanswithap.com.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a 4th-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,389.37.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. 800-738-9900.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dawn Fantasia is tremendous. You got to admire the people that we bring you from Jersey fighting the good fight. And again, it is not easy to break through. And we talked about the theories on why Jersey is the way that it is. A couple more from this Kenitra report that came after 6 months' work. So it's $8.2 billion total annual cost of illegals to New Jersey taxpayers. That's $1,700 cost to each New Jersey worker, $2,300 costs per New Jersey household. K-12 education cost alone, $7.14 billion, 800% increase in legal defense spending. That's Mikey Sherrill since 2018. New Jersey families need $94,000 more than they earn to buy a home, and $2,300 of every household's money goes there. Okay? What does it take to say, hey, what party is doing this? We know exactly who's doing it. We don't like that. Where do we vote? Well, sometimes it's irrational, and you just have to keep on pitching as they are in Jersey. All right, the side question today. Hit us with that brand name or that medical procedure, a name attached to something that resonates, that pops. Like when Henry mentioned the German chocolate cake, that type of thing. I always thought it was Germany, too, until I saw it yesterday. We were taking a look at this. Yeah.
That's what Samuel German.
Yes. But the Heimlich maneuver is the one that always got me. Dr. Heimlich here. Oh, you're the guy.
I think that's the perfect kind of name for it.
Oh,
It
yes.
just fits very well.
Fits perfectly with it, yes.
Sounds like you're getting something out of your throat, like Heimlich.
Yeah, but probably one of the most famous because of all the prominent big league pitchers all the way down to high school. Tommy John surgery, you hear it, and people think, oh, yeah, that's something. It works. It seems to work. All right, coming up, this guy Ossoff, and we'll play you a little bit more on this, goes after Trump. And look, Trump is hard-hitting, so firing back on him, I'm not objecting to that part. But if you want to be critical of Trump and call yourself the party of women and Trump's a misogynist and all that stuff, don't you have to be careful that when you open fire on Trump, you're not hitting at women? In this case, it's Natalie Harp. And I'll give you, what I think is going on here. And do you remember Mike Pence saying he never was alone with a woman that he was the boss of, and his as vice president or as senator? And I was critical, saying, how are you going to schmooze the boss? How are you going to get to know the boss if you're not alone at times? But Natalie Harp formerly is the OAN network. And her role is providing information, but also she's a cancer survivor, and there's a Trump connection to that. I'll tell you what that is. And this Ossoff guy is sort of wanting to own it, but not owning the fact that he attacked a woman in her career. That's straight ahead, and the side question on Talk Radio.
For up to 72 months on eligible models. Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester, Reading, or piazzamazda.com for details.
Legend Biotech USA Incorporated, Somerset, New Jersey, seeks IT asset management lead to plan and implement IT asset lifecycle strategies aligned with business and security policies. Manage configuration management database asset inventory, ensure data accuracy, conduct audits, and oversee full asset lifecycle processes from acquisition through decommissioning. Optimize usage and cost of IT assets, develop and enforce IT asset policies, processes, and governance controls, manage IT subscriptions, supplier contracts, and drive information technology asset management best practices to optimize cost, reduce risk, and improve operational efficiency. Collaborate with business partners, suppliers, and audit teams to ensure compliance and alignment with organizational standards. Requires bachelor's in finance, information technology, data analysis, or business and finance related field. $106,267 per year. Email CV to attention E. McShane to talent.acquisition@legendbiotech.com. Again, email CV to attention E. McShane to talent.acquisition@legendbiotech.com.
And now, Babbel proudly presents The Cat Chat. Bonjour, monsieur.
Yes, hi. I'm staying in room 22, and I was wondering if there was anyone I could chat with about my sheets. They seem to be making me just really itchy.
Pardon, vous avez dit un chat?
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I just want to chat with maybe like, the cleaning service, see which detergent they use. Just a chat.
Chat.
Please, I'm so itchy.
Un instant, s'il vous plaît. Matisse, j'ai un client qui demande un chat.
Oh, my goodness. I thank you. It's just a chat, really, just a...
Voilà.
What?
Sir, you requested a cat to scratch you.
Traveling mistakes can really be absurd. Learn to speak like the locals with Babbel, and no one will mistake your chat for a cat.
Sir, please. Your cat.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. Babbel.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in 855-839-1210. So we have a trans would-be assassin of Scott Bessent sentenced to 73 months. That seems kind of light. But side question today, Mike Gibson, good one on Twitter, the Fosbury flop. I remember the first time we saw Fosbury, and I saw him run up very tall, very obviously athletic and very loose. And I'm thinking he's jumping backwards as he's in the air. It was like an invention or some moment where you go, oh my God, what the heck?
Yeah.
It's obviously an advantage.
I just wonder when he broke that out where people are like, he can't do that.
Exactly.
He can't do that. What?
Well, that was the commentator. I think it was over 7 feet. The first time I saw him do it, I don't know what the record was. I think he held the world record. Then everybody started to say, should that be legal? Wait a minute. What? He just getting over the bar. It doesn't say how you can get over it.
7'4" 1/4 inch is what he jumped that games.
Okay. Wilt allegedly just jumped the old way and came close to the record or set the record, but that seems to be, it's the same day he scored 100 points, just saying. But the Fosbury flop is perfect. It is a flop, and his name should be on it, and that's the standard today. I don't think they do anything different. So we're looking for something like that and a name that got attached to it in honor of Tommy John. Now, I just saw this from KYW that I think it's U.S. News and World Report names Masterman High School, right here, not too far away from me, the third best in the country. Maybe back in the day, it could be that good. I challenge that because every time I see an analysis of it, the people that go there have gone there, the parents, they attack because they say, due to the affirmative action of the Philadelphia schools and all their zip code stuff, that you're having people come to Masterman that are not qualified to be in a Masterman, an elite school. That's what it was always supposed to be. Just like Central was, maybe even more of a mystique, that is no longer that. So I don't know how they rank that if Masterman is the third best school in the country, we're in deeper trouble than I thought. Now, maybe in the past, given it was elite. Now it's elite, but let's put people in there because we're going to go with something that is affirmative at DEI. DEI ought to be in the doors over there. And that's the best that Philadelphia has, apparently. Masterman, more than Central. Central, a long time ago, went downhill. All right, let's talk Natalie Harp a bit. So this guy, Ossoff, who is a rising, if he gets past the Senate race in Georgia, he's going to be potentially their VP or their nominee. He feels, following the Assad in Michigan, the way to get at Trump is to fire back in a Trumpian manner. We'll play you Trump's response. You know, sometimes Trump has nicknames that are exactly on point. Other times, he just throws nicknames out there. I'm not sure.
He's throwing things, see what sticks.
Yeah, I'm not sure, like Lion Ted Cruz and all. I didn't remember that sticking necessarily. Who would you say the best nickname, particularly during the 2016 campaign? I think there was one that, low energy. Jeb Bush. Remember when Jeb Bush said, you can clap now? Spent $125 million. I think he got 2 or 3 delegates to the convention. And he was low energy beyond belief. And the low energy thing stuck to Bush, but it's stuck in general that we call someone low energy now. I use low T, but that's another story. So
that's more insulting, I think.
Yeah, exactly. But that's Greg Stocker's department. He determines that testosterone testing has to be refined here. But the low energy was brilliant. That stuck. It was exactly on point. A lot of the others. So here is Trump responding. Then I'll tell you about the Natalie Harp thing to Ossoff when asked about it by reporters yesterday. Then I'll play you Ossoff trying to clean up what is clearly an attack upon a woman, more than suggesting that she's sexually involved with Trump. Here it, I don't see the cut here, Henry, the Trump cut. Do we have that?
Yeah,
Trump?
I've got it.
Yeah, okay. Here's Trump's response with the reporters when it's relayed to him, this guy Ossoff and Natalie Harp.
John Ossoff said you'd rather travel with your aide, Natalie Harp, and build the ballroom than do your job as president. What is your response, John Ossoff?
You mean Pee Wee Herman? Pee Wee Herman lookalike? No, I would much rather do other things. We're building a great facility here. We're fixing a White House that hasn't been taken care of. You can look at this. This room was a disgraceful situation in the Oval Office, and it was let go. The whole building, the White House, was let go. The exteriors were falling apart. The columns were falling apart. The whole place was a mess. In addition, they've been trying to get a ballroom for the last 150 years. And when I said I was going to build a ballroom, the military asked if they could see me. And they say, sir, we have an opportunity to go down deep into the ground and build a military facility to go to the White House and to go with all of Washington, D.C., which would be so valuable. And then they came up with the drone port on top, which would be a major drone port to protect the White House and all of D.C. And all of those things added up, and it became much more than just a ballroom. And I said to myself, wow, what an opportunity. I mean, if I was just going to build a ballroom, I could have had it built very quickly because I build very well and very quickly. We went 5 stories down into the ground. We did a lot of tremendous things for the military, things that they could never get. They said this is an opportunity that we have because you're building the ballroom, that if you would be willing to spend more time, we would love to be able. We've been trying to do this at the White House for many, many years, and they've been trying to have a ballroom at the White House for many, many years. Now, what happened is we used to use tents, and the tents are usually made of either a plastic material, or canvas. And they wouldn't stop a .22 caliber. They wouldn't stop anything in terms of safety. It'd be very dangerous. And they haven't used a tent for years. They haven't had any big, like we have President Xi coming on September 24th or so. I think it's September 24th. And we'd love to have 2,000 people coming to dinner and celebrating a nice evening, et cetera, but we only have a room that's going to hold 89 people, and 89 people is not appropriate. So maybe more importantly, it's totally secure with bulletproof windows, bulletproof sides, It's drone-proof. It's missile every at the top of the line, and we need it, and especially with what's happened, unfortunately, to the world.
All right, so a bit long there after we got past the Pee Wee Herman. I don't know. Does Ossoff look like a Pee Wee Herman? He's not exactly a commanding figure. Maybe another one will put. Trump likes that. He likes that whole not just Pee Wee Herman, but what's the guy's name? Who did he call that? The cracked thing. There's another reference he uses. Got to work on this with Ossoff, though. So with Ossoff and Natalie Harp, the deal is this. Natalie Harp is a bone cancer survivor. Now, that doesn't make her bulletproof, so to speak, from any criticism, etc. And apparently she was one of the people that was aboard Trump with the flight that wasn't the decoy flight. But she had bone cancer, and what spared her, apparently, several people reporting, was something that shows you the best of Trump, the right to try. Other presidents wouldn't sign that. And to Trump, remember Jim Worthington, talked about this with him. He was the one that got in front of him. And once Trump heard this, he thought it was a no-brainer. All we had to do was a mechanism to get it through, meaning, shouldn't you have a right to try? You make a judgment. This is what you want to do versus a bunch of doctors saying, no, that won't work, or it's too this, that, or whatever. Now, I think there might be some tests still in the right to try, but basically, and that's what Natalie Harp decided to do, and she's relatively young. I think she's only 35, and she survived that, and I think it was pretty experimental. Now, as far as firing away at Trump, because he fires away with everyone, Ossoff's right on that. Here's Ossoff with Jen Psaki. This is cut 10, talking about this travel with Natalie thing and what he meant by it. Cut 10.
Why'd you decide to invoke Natalie Harp specifically in that speech?
Well, Jen, thank you for having me. And here's the point. We're in wartime. The commander-in-chief has mired us in this geopolitical disaster. People have lost their lives. Our naval logistics are frayed. The global energy system is in crisis. And he retreats into this bubble of West Wing aides who are his security blanket to make him feel good about himself.
All right, buddy, we know exactly where you were going with this. Everybody in the world knows where you're going with it, and that's fine. You know, Trump fires away. You want to fire away, but then you have to give up this wussy, oh, we're the party of women. We never do anything like this. Trump is a misogynist. Everybody knows exactly, more than suggesting or implying, where you're going with this. Which, you want to fight fire with Trump. If you're on the Trump side, you got to say, yeah, he fires away at people. Okay, you can do that, but then you lose your edge of saying something else. So it wasn't just about retreating into this bubble. Now, what Natalie Harp does, as far as I can tell, is provide Trump with what she views as the good news. You know, bringing him stuff constantly that puts us forward, and he likes that. I'm not sure. Next time we have O'Reilly on, Trump talks to a lot of people, but O'Reilly has suggested, like anybody else at times, he doesn't want to hear from people who might be shooting down something that he doesn't want to hear. But he does talk to a tremendous amount of people of all angles on anything constantly. And Natalie Harp is the good news. She's relatively attractive, and we know where he's going with this. But I just think the broader thing for everybody, too, it brings up, and I remember how many people were on their high horse when Mike Pence talked about both as his role before vice president, but as vice president. He's not meeting, just having lunch with a woman staffer. And people would call me and say, well, you're judged in the workplace by the quality of your work and all that. Yeah. But come on, it's a human bond. Call it schmoozing, call it what you will. That also is a large part of it with the boss. And I just never got over that. Are you kidding me? It's just about that metric of the quality of your work and what you bring and all. Of course. I mean, even look at pro sports. I'm sure Mattingly has some guys. Mattingly, get into the weeds here, likes what Stubbs did. I don't think that guy belongs in a major league team. He's the vibes guy and all that. But you heard it in spring training. He would talk about it, and he's continued. He plays more. Is it the quality of what he does? He's the same guy. He's marginal, but Mattingly sees something there. So there's some kind of connection. Trump with Natalie Harp is a top aide that is around him a lot and is mesmerized by all accounts by Trump and brings him, as I said, she constantly is dropping, look at this article, look at this, that type of stuff. Is it the most harmful thing? No, it's just another part of a different kind of presidency. But Ossoff was showing where Democrats are going. El-Saad, the guy in Michigan, El-Said, he brought up Melania. Oh, where's Melania? The two of them don't like each other. Okay, Trump fires away. They can fire away too. But then they can't hide. And Jen Psaki, of course, there's no follow-up going, whoa, wait a minute, buddy. It's not about a bubble in here. Let's talk about it. Just a pointed question. So do you think Trump is involved with Natalie Harp? And he'll say, well, I have no idea about that. Well, then why are you bringing it up? Why singling out Natalie as the focal point here? If it were some guy, you could say, oh, I'm just saying this guy's a sycophant. Trump is around him all the time. He just says stuff that Trump wants to hear. And everybody would go, yeah, okay. All right. You don't have to agree or not. But this is what Democrats are engaged in. And again, I think it's fair game. Everything is fair game here. Trump fires away. Absolutely. Fire away with him. This El-Said guy, anything you would say back and forth with him by calling him Abdul. That's his name. It's fair game. But then how do you get the hide behind you're not bringing up the sexual part of this? Of course you are. Just stand up for it and say, well, that's the way it looks to me. I could respect that a lot more. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. We're coming to your calls next. And again, I don't want to get into the ballroom stuff. I'm not getting into the weeds. It wasn't about that cut. Trump just meandered into it. Let's talk about Natalie Harp. And I'd love to hear from females. This idea of females can't be with the boss. Well, the one part, and Henry, I've seen this up close. I got to say, in pro sports, I get the idea of women wanting to be there when players are emotional after a game. But my own experience in the Phillies locker room is the catcher just dropping everything in front of female reporters there. I'm sorry. You're not going to convince me that's just typical workplace and all. We are human beings after all. It was just ridiculous.
Oh yeah. Well, I'd argue against you there with the whole point you just made. We're human beings. We all know what's down there. There's no shock and awe here.
No, I think it's a little bit. I'll say this. It's on the athlete a little bit. Come on, there are women here. This is our place. Oh, stop it already. Come on.
Yeah, personally, I wouldn't be dropping trout, but they have the right to. It's their locker room.
Yeah, but these are women reporters trying to do a job. Isn't something incumbent upon an athlete ever? I just thought it was poor taste.
Wait till he's dressed. I don't know.
Well, but again, you're not capturing what the argument is, what the others are getting. They're emotional. They're talking about something. You wait till they shower and all that and all. Not only that, females in sports trying to cover it, it's still a guy's thing pretty much. It's got to be more difficult. I just was sitting there amazed. I don't care. I'm just here one time to get a Phillies interview. I sat in Raul Ibanez's chair and all hell broke loose. That's all I know. Okay. Get in right now at 855-839-1210. What's fair game here? And I'd love to hear from females in the workplace. You got to be able to have some time where it's one-on-one with the boss, even if doors have to be open and all that stuff versus males. Mike Pence and that idea was ridiculous. But this Ossoff guy is a coward. He wanted to go there. His staff goaded him to go there. Say Natalie. That will put you on the radar screen. And then he doesn't want to back it up. And he wants to say, well, Trump is always firing. Good. We get that. Don't hide behind the women stuff then if you want to bring her into it. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
This was the first year that I was able to be a sports dad. The only time I lost my ever-loving sugar honey iced tea while other kids were swinging a bat, loosening up, wrapping up a little long toss, and she was on the phone. So I walked over there, and there was nobody around. I said, give me that phone right now. Pay attention to the game. I'm telling you, these phones, total disaster. And I'm guilty. I should have put my foot down years ago. Can't put the genie back in the bottle. It is what it is at this point. For the future of other dads out there that still have time, put the foot down.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, you're with Dom. At 1:30, we're going to talk with the former mayor of North Wildwood. Great guy, Patrick Rosanello. He's now the commissioner of Cape May County about these beach fees being raised. Strathmere won't talk with us. Henry, even with the fact that Henry's on their side, wants to have private beaches there pretty much.
Yeah.
Keep the riffraff out. They still don't want to defend this. All right, we just saw a couple of things, though. One, Josh Shapiro has just put out that he is going to sign executive orders. They wouldn't be a moratorium, but essentially they would, at the state level, as I understand it, block going forward these AI data centers from the state level, at least to get them past the election. Now, again, we had Stacey Garrity on the other day. She finally has an issue. This is a tell that she has the issue. What should she do now? And she and her staff, I said the other day, you heard it, I would have called for a moratorium then. I would start to play into the big picture. This weasel governor has had it both ways now. Now he's going to cut any political loss in this thing. Look at what I'm doing. I am taking state action that's going to stop these things. He'll be out there signing stuff all over the place with this. And yet he got all the rub from Amazon and God knows how many others of millions and millions of dollars. This guy is the darling more than any politician I've seen in Pennsylvania in the last X number of years. They gush. They just can't get enough of Josh Shapiro. So I told you last week there was this meeting in the state, whatever. He started to send out the links that, well, you know, the governor has executive power here. He might just up and do something that's going to stop what's causing all this turmoil. And here the Inquirer has it first, of course, that he is going to put into motion by executive order things that will essentially be a moratorium on all this AI stuff. So what should Garrity do? Just fold her tent and go home? Make the point. Well, wait a minute here. YouTube.com. I saw this the other day. This is the printing service to the Dom Giordano show. Is this a death threat? Look at this.
That's crazy.
I don't know. It's
I guess
bleeding.
I guess the pink ink is all
the
over
pink
the place.
ink is.
Now.
I can read it through. Got to send it to the airport runway one, the mailroom one. Yeah.
Yes.
It's the only way. All right. Oh my God. It's a signal. We don't want you printing. Okay. So Josh Shapiro now will rush in. Not a moratorium, but effectively it is. I think Garrity's got to say, I'm for a moratorium here. And then pivot to going after this guy in a very concerted manner to say he's the architect of what caused all this and open the door. This is what this guy does. Now, admittedly, this guy's not easy to beat. He's ruthless. He's been running since first grade to be president. His hurdle will be the just complete anti-Semitism of the Democrat Party. But here in the governor's race, this is what he does with the aid and comfort of the media to try to get out from under what he created. Let's go to Phil in Delaware. Phil is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, good afternoon.
And good afternoon to you. Happy Hanukkah and everything that goes with it.
Well, thank you, Phil.
So, you know, I'm getting this feeling that the Socialist Party has the Democrats basically acting like piranhas on each other. And Shapiro's poster child. He just goes every which way. And it's almost like the victim of the day or the attacker of the day. And it's just getting really old. But like you said about Stacey, these Republicans have got to start doing something. In Delaware, we had a senator drop out the other day because he got no support from the Republican Party. It's that bad in Delaware. And I wish if you have a few suggestions of people to contact to get some help, even though we're in Delaware, I need it.
Right.
I got to motivate these guys.
I'll have to think about that, Phil. What's your side today?
Well, my favorite, the Rubik's Cube. And I can't believe it's only been since 1974. It seems like a lifetime. But Erno Rubik, a Hungarian sculptor, invented it in 1974 and is still loved and well sold today.
Absolutely. That's a good one. Certainly, that fits the bill. That's what we're looking for today in honor of Tommy John, 855-839-1210. So the Inquirer says the far-reaching order does not include a moratorium on data center development. However, it will require local approvals to receive state permits, which in effect may block many from moving forward. What he's trying to do here is he's trying to think of the Rubik's Cube here with Josh Shapiro. Trying to aid and abet his buddies, Amazon and all these other AI developers and ones who are big funders to him. He's throwing the ball back at the local development people and making them the architects of this, where all the ire is going to be, all the focus off him. And this guy is the very guy that opened up the floodgates on this stuff with Amazon and others. That's why he's reacting in this manner. Okay, you maybe could have predicted this is what this weasel would do. What should Stacey Garrity do? Henry, try to invite her on tomorrow. We went full. And I'm going to say, call for a moratorium. Call out what the shell game is here of what Josh Shapiro is doing. All right, hit us with that name attached to a product, procedure, whatever it might be. The mayor of North Wildwood, who did a heck of a job there, now a Cape May County Commissioner, Patrick Rosanella, is with us. He defended Linda Kearns in a great debate about amity and how did they reelect the mayor, or sort of saying if you're more than 10 feet in North Wildwood, there are sharks out there all the time. Oh, my God. We're going to be going to North Wildwood next week, bro. 9 feet. That's it. We're safe. It's a wilderness. That was one of my favorite moments of the last 5 years. I just stopped all the noise there, all the hoopla of Dom Day, when he said, it's wilderness is the way I consider it. I love that guy as a politician. When I ask him about the beach fees, is Strathmere now another sign? I am so opposed to the beach fee idea. I bring God into it right away. Right away, go with God on this. That's the way. It's ridiculous. He'll tell us why the North Wildwoods and all did not do it, or will they? 855-839-1210. By the way, I'll get into this Clancy defense case and postpartum psychosis today, too. I think it's a bigger story than that. Dom Giordano Show. Jump in. Talk Radio 1210.
Hit the road with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer auto loans on both new and used vehicles with low monthly payments and flexible terms, as well as auto lease buyout options. Plus, enjoy no payments for the first 2 months. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. There's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz. A feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration. Discover exceptional offers on a selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. The Welcome Home celebration happening now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. YazAutogroup.com, PIAZZA. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Summer with the family means pool days, road trips, backyard fun, and always having plenty of snacks ready to go. Tasty Cake makes it easy with seasonal favorites everyone can enjoy. Baked peach pies are filled with sweet peach flavor, while lemon cupcakes are a refreshing treat for camp lunches, family outings, or sharing after a day in the sun. Keep your family's summer snack supply stocked with Tasty Cake. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210 and you get on board. All right, a couple of things. Here's what Josh Shapiro tweeted out on all this. As governor, it's my job to listen and use my authority to protect Pennsylvanians, particularly if you want to have an abortion. I've heard your concerns on the AI data centers, so in the absence of legislative action, I'm signing an executive order to put the nation's strictest requirements into place. All right, and the media will fall into line neglecting what this guy did to open. So this is a double play. He causes the problem, but then allegedly solves it, puts it back on the locals now. It doesn't include a moratorium on data centers, according to the early draft. However, he will require local approval. He'll use his executive powers to push through his previously proposed governor's responsible infrastructure development standards, voluntary incentive that failed to receive support from the Assembly. The order will remove all data center development, including those by Amazon, from the fast-track permitting program, and no data centers will be considered for the program going forward. Required data center projects to sign legally binding agreements to certain transparency and environmental requirements in grids such as water and early transparent public notification of projects. Prohibit any state agency from signing a non-disclosure agreement. Let's see. Mandate that the projects bring their own electricity generation, pay all costs. Require a community-based agreement that includes promises to hire and train local employees. Underscore Pennsylvania's unique state constitutional rights to clean air, etc. He's expected to deliver remarks in Harrisburg before signing the order, touching on his visit to Archbald, a rural town in northeastern Pennsylvania, set for widespread data center developments. He'll discuss his opposition to a project in Montgomery County, the one we've been telling you about, King of Prussia. He has said his position on data centers has evolved. This guy is, look, when it comes to progressives, and he is a progressive, when it comes to Democrats and the media, it's the home field advantage here that is difficult to overcome. Can't throw your hands up. We have to win, though. And you got to win in places, because if this guy overwhelms Garrity, now, Garrity's no bum of the month club. Doug Mastriano is the bum of the year and month and every day of the week. And you're an idiot if you supported Doug Mastriano when I told you exactly what was going to happen. flashing swords around rural Pennsylvania, saying wild stuff. And he got killed. And what he did is he lost us the State House in Pennsylvania. If Garrity gets overwhelmed, then the people that come out to vote for Shapiro, while there, will probably help to lose us some of these 4 congressional seats that we have here in Pennsylvania. That's what the bottom line is. That's what we're up against. That's what we're facing here. And this is the issue that had some teeth, that actually had people looking at Shapiro, more importantly, paying attention to Stacey Garrity, who's got a hell of a record. Military, high finance, as treasurer, etc. And in recent polling was starting to chip away. All right, I'll get back to that. But it's always good when we can talk with former Mayor Patrick Rosanello and now Cape May County, Commissioner with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Mayor, I always will call you Mayor, but Commissioner too. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Well, a couple of things we wanted to. First of all, kudos to you. That was one of the realest moments, as good as Dom Day and Mulligan's is, when you talked about with Linda Kearns the wilderness and the sharks out there. That was as much fun as I've had all year. It was great stuff. But Mayor, North Wildwood, of course, does not have beach tag fees, and now Strathmere going that way, saying they're going to bring in $340,000. You're a commissioner there in Cape May County. I know you don't want to be critical of them because I don't know all the circumstance with them, but I oppose the beach fees. And I wonder, how in the world did the Supreme Court, in your mind, condone this? 1972, I think it was. We've had this forever. It just seems wrong to me on the face of it.
You know, my mother would agree with you. So my late mother thought that it was morally reprehensible to have beach fees. How can you charge to use, God's natural resources? The reality is, however, from a government standpoint, you go into, I was in Florida last year, went into a Florida state park, and there's a gate, right? And it wasn't expensive. It was a couple dollars, but you had to pay to go into this state park. You see that in a lot of different areas. At the end of the day, somebody is paying for these resources, right? Beaches are incredibly expensive. I mean, obviously you see the lifeguards and the cleaning and stuff like that, but think about beach replenishment, right? Even when you have federal and state programs, the local side is paying a huge amount of money. So somebody is paying for the beaches. Right.
All right. Now, Mayor, let me interrupt and say my argument is always on this, but isn't that the cost of doing business? I mean, what you did in North Wildwood, that Center Boulevard, when you come down, every mayor in the world ought to. I even told Jarrell Parker to come there and replicate exactly what you guys did. So the playground there on 26, that's world class. I mean, the money obviously goes back into it. But, Mayor, I would argue, isn't that the cost of doing business, of what it attracts to the Wildwoods, for example, that you have free beaches?
Listen, one of the things I've recognized as mayor and now obviously as a county official, each individual community sort of has its own personality, right? And its own thought processes as it relates to that. In North Wildwood, I always thought that public spaces should set the example, should set the bar, right? They should be among the nicest spaces in a community. Other people think that's a waste of taxpayers' money, right? Beach fees in North Wildwood, it always worked for us because we collected so much in parking meter revenue that it really offset the beach fees. At the end of the day, government is expensive. Some might argue too expensive. And somebody's going to pay, right? And really, beach fees are a matter of who pays. Is it the local property owners or is it the visitors? That's really what that argument comes down to.
Okay. All right. So, again, did you ever push for North Wildwood to do it?
I thought about it long and hard for a very different reason, though, interestingly. the reason why we thought about it long and hard was because of the problems we had with our beach in North Wildwood, with the size of it. We literally had, and still do, quite frankly, have an overcrowding problem. The number of people who are, just in the town, staying in the town, but then also the thousands and thousands of people driving in on a daily basis, right? Some from far away, some from mainland communities, some from campgrounds. We thought about it really strictly as a crowd management issue to try to actually deter some people. We never implemented it, never moved forward with it. I guess fundamentally, I still have my mom's voice in the back of my head.
Good, Mom. Yes, yeah.
But I certainly understand, as a mayor for 12 years, I certainly understand, local elected officials, when you're sitting here and you're looking at that budget. And again, I think the fundamental thing is someone's paying, right? Someone is paying for the lifeguards. Someone is paying to clean the beach. Someone is paying to replenish the beach. Someone is paying. And the question comes down to who pays.
Mayor, in your role, too, Cape May County Commissioner now, Cape May jumps into the ring late in the year with a curfew. And it's almost, then I saw and I heard the mayor, I'm not being critical, but that the fact that it seems to me Ocean City, when you fool around with their worldwide famous and deserved image as a family community, some of the shenanigans kids were causing, they're not going to take that. They're effective at stopping it. And so was Mayor Ernie. I don't remember North Wildwood having as much of a problem. So is the argument that now these kids get it and they're going down to cause trouble in Cape May? Cape May, by the way, I just see Hallmark has voted it something like the best Christmas house thing in the country for various things.
Yeah.
How in the world would Cape May have rowdy kids coming there?
So I think, if I'm not mistaken, you and I spoke about this 2020, 2021. If you recall, state of New Jersey had a ballot question whether or not to legalize recreational marijuana.
Right.
That question passed overwhelmingly in New Jersey, like 60 to 40, even in conservative areas, 60 to 40. But the ballot question was, should the possession and use of recreational marijuana be permitted amongst adults in New Jersey? That was the question, right? The New Jersey legislature had to turn that ballot question into legislation. And the Frankenstein legislation that they put together basically created a superclass of citizens for people who are under 21 years of age. And the legislation that was enacted for the legalization of marijuana basically made the enforcement of laws against anyone under the age of 21 in New Jersey almost impossible. Mm-hmm. And you're still dealing with the ramifications of that. I mean, that was at the height of the anti-police, era of the 2020, 2021. And you're seeing what happens when a state puts handcuffs on public safety enforcement. That is where all of this is coming from in New Jersey. The police departments have virtually no authority to crack down on these out of control young people. And you're seeing it in beautiful, quaint towns like Cape May, because these kids can basically do whatever they want, and the police officers are legally prohibited from interfering with those kids.
Well, you're exactly right. I blame the Attorney General, too, his directives on this, and we went through it. But I got to say, Ocean City and now Mayor Ernie both did a good job. They were epicenters of this. I can't imagine the attraction to go over there. Wildwoods, I get. By the way, Cape May, Henry tells me, my producer, Mayor, merriest Christmas town finalist. I think it's Hallmark, right? Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
So when you think of that, and then you think rowdy kids coming to Cape May, doesn't it what's the reform? Is it legislative? Is that what they'd have to do?
Yeah, absolutely, right. So these are not roving bands of gangsters, from the inner city. I mean, these are local kids, or some are locals. Listen, I have 3 boys, 22, 20, and 18. And I can tell you that, boys and girls in that age frame, under 21, if they can get away with something, they're going to try it out, right? And it has now, they know that the cops cannot do anything to them, right? And so you take a couple of bad apples, like there's always going to be the bad apples, riling up the rest of these groups, and it's a recipe for chaos. And we are seeing it over and over, not just in beach towns. You're seeing it in malls. You're seeing it in parks. You're seeing it everywhere. And absolutely, it's legislative. They have to repeal this legislation that basically makes these people under 21 years of age immune from any criminal enforcement.
Exactly. Well, I'll bring it back home. It just occurred to me talking with you. The scene in Jaws where the mayor of Amity says, because of the vandalism of the sign, welcome all, hang them up by their Buster Browns. That's what we need to be doing here, Mayor. What's on the agenda? What's next, Cape May County? Was this, do you know if this was a great year, a good year yet for all the stuff you're doing, tourism and the like?
Yeah. So overall, from what I hear, the businesses have had a very solid summer. Cape May County's tourism numbers have just in the last 2 or 3 years gone off the charts. We are now the highest tourism tax revenue generator in the state of New Jersey. We surpassed Atlantic County in 2025. So Cape May County is just off the charts, quite frankly, as far as an attractive destination. You mentioned the national attention that Cape May is getting. The Wildwoods are having, major country music concerts, a big air show. Further up the coast, those towns are incredible. So not trying to be a salesman here, but Cape May County is really hitting on all cylinders.
Absolutely. Well, Mayor, thank you. Thanks for what you did in North Wildwood. And thanks for that moment with you and what you're doing in Cape May. Thanks for coming on today, Patrick. Very much.
Thanks, Tom. Good talking to you.
That is the top moment quote of the year. Linda Kearns drew us into that. It's the wilderness out there after 10 feet. You're on your own in the wilderness. You hear what he said about, we went through that in great detail. But somehow or another, you fool around with Ocean City. What do? They bring in hundreds of police. What do if you have seagulls attacking people? They put the owl up there. That's it. No seagulls. And that maniac who trained them, or the hawk. All right, more calls coming up. Get in on the side question. All-time name connected to some product or procedure. That's with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com/911story.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a Platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars, PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgraded to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit PDQPOS.com.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-220-6409 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-220-6409. That's 800-220-6409. What do you have to lose? Call 800-220-6409. Again, 800-220-6409.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Coming up, Will Bunch of the far left in the Inquirer. It's endless. He may have gotten to the bottom of how are those Liberty gas stations, Freedom Fuel, how are they doing it? The left can't stand that you might be able to get. And every day when I come into the station, I have to go by the Rittenhouse, where not Rittenhouse Square, where the Sunoco is. And every day it's burned into my 499. Today there were 11 cars there. What in the world possesses people to do that? I just can't figure it out. I'm not buying, I only get $5. I have to get somewhere. You would get 50 feet at that price. It's a gallon.
I don't know. Maybe that's the only gas station they see. It's hard to believe, yeah.
Yeah, and
if you knew, you
that.
knew. Like, you wouldn't go to that gas station. No, never go to that one. That one's always ripping you off.
It's got to be at least, it's bordering on 3 months, it seems like, Henry, now that they've arrived at that figure. And yet, they don't change, doesn't go down, doesn't go up. How could that be? That's not capitalism. There's something going on there. All right, Earl's got, I think, a very good one that plays into what we're looking for today on the side question. Earl of Tacony, go right ahead, Earl.
I wanted to know if I had time for my stories. I know Bruce in the Northeast has been chomping at the bit waiting to hear my stories.
Well, we're a little bit, the mayor took a little bit of this, Earl, so maybe tomorrow we'll make sure when we get you in that we have enough space.
All right, well, my answer is going to be someone that had a disease named after him. Not a lot of diseases that people are named after people. You have leprosy, which is called Hansen's disease. Everyone knows that Stephen Hawking died recently of a disease, but it wasn't called Hawking's disease. The disease Stephen Hawking died from was known as Lou Gehrig's disease, who was the first prominent person to be diagnosed and brought to the forefront having this disease. And it's one of the ones that they even make jokes about, where it's like, what are the odds of him actually getting a disease that was named after him?
Yeah, and do you know the backstory on that? I believe they know he was beamed without a helmet 7 times, and he was beamed at second base, point-blank range, at least once or twice.
Well, as I was looking through it and everything, they think that might contribute to it. They're not really even sure what causes the disease. It's one of those ones where, it's been along since Lou Gehrig. It's been around for so long, and it's one of those ones where they just have absolutely no idea what they're dealing with. There are just so many different factors that are involved with it. But at least it has a name that a revered name that is associated with it that keeps it in the forefront and allows them to continue doing the research to try and find a cure for it.
That is a great one, Lou Gehrig's disease. Yeah, I think, to me, it's obvious with some of the football stuff. And the fact that he was beamed, they know. I don't know that they had Lou Gehrig's brain. I don't think that happened. But Henry says if Cape May wins, it's a finalist, they shoot a Hallmark movie there.
Yeah. Some stiff competition.
Yeah.
Though.
Remember when Hallmark was just amazing? I think it's fallen off the face of the earth now, but people were turning to it. Was it during COVID? Or was it sometime around there? And it gave some kind of feeling, all these Midwestern towns. So Cape May may be filming at some point there.
Like, Hallmark appeals to the people that are buying the Halloween decorations right now.
Yes.
Those are the people that enjoy a Hallmark movie, and I'm sure they'd love to see one shot in Lewisburg, West Virginia, or North Conway, New Hampshire, or Versailles, Kentucky, some of the other finalist places here.
Cape May's going to win. A note to Hallmark. Come on, come over to Mulligan's.
I don't
do
know,
a special
Dom.
show there.
There's some really Hallmarky looking towns in this list. Coleman, Alabama.
All right.
That doesn't even look real.
The Victorian stuff, though, I think those people, they're gaga over it.
You got to see these pictures. I'm telling you. They got some stiff competition.
Mike
really
Donahue, you and the boys got to be working them over. Come on, it's a big boon to the town, shooting a film there. Make sure you remember Mulligan's is a great scene. It's not in Cape May. Well, for this, we're going to make it. Come on. All right, big 2 o'clock hour coming up. We have Dom's Money Melody for a big prize today. In addition to that, where is this fuel giving drivers a break? Where is it coming from? The Inquirer is pathological that they have to know. Think South America. I'll explain. Coming up, you're with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCullough'sAutoRepair.com.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
United Tire and Service proudly congratulates Merrill Reese on an incredible 50 years behind the microphone, calling unforgettable game day moments for Birds fans everywhere. To celebrate 5 decades of Merrill, United Tire is offering customers $50 off the purchase of 2 or more tires, or $50 off any automotive service you need. See store for complete details. Congratulations, Merrill. United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone, drive United.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/radio. That's legacybox.com/radio.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Hey, welcome in, everyone. It is Dom time. Dom's Money Melody coming up for a great prize. In addition to that, Will Bunch writing at the Philadelphia, well, a couple things I got to address here in this cockamamie article in the Inquirer. An expert raises questions about Freedom Fuel and Venezuelan oil. Why is Trump-promoted Freedom Fuel, a web of 29 service stations that popped up out of nowhere, able to continue to sell gas cheaper than its rivals down the street? The mostly suburban stations in southeastern Pennsylvania burst onto the scene, prices at $3.47. I saw it the other day, and I think I'm not sure if it's part of the chain. The one I saw was $3.97 now. And they start to talk about Venezuela as the former official in the Obama administration recently wrote about Freedom Fuel in Venezuela for the Washington Spectator, discussed his findings, doesn't connect all the dots, but his research is a reminder of how little the American public knows about the aftermath of Trump's regime's January assault on Venezuela. They go on to say the Inquirer and other outlets have reported extensively on Freedom Fuel, including its ties to pro-Trump Republican Randy Brown, who I know and has been on the show. So the idea is that somehow or another they're able to do this because of Venezuelan oil. The bottom line is this is a tell. So you have these gas stations. And Bill and Bucks, I'm sure, will call in and give us the latest, that are still under pretty much the one I saw, if it's a member of this, was only like, well, only, it all counts, maybe 11 to 15 cents under some others out there on Bethlehem Pike. But instead of, how can we drive prices down? Some of the things that Shapiro won't sign off on, and Democrats in Pennsylvania. Some of the things that the Trump people are trying to do to drive this down till we get out of the Iranian situation. They don't want to do that. They really, the affordability is their enemy here because they want to pin all this on Trump. And there has to be something nefarious about this. That's what the argument is. That's what the bottom line is. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. They also mention in this column this guy, Jason Arday. And the Inquirer says he's a casualty in the war on woke. As I understand it, he got into a pretty good position, didn't have the ability to be in that position, was found out. This is academia, DEI, and then sadly had dire consequences for him. Again, continuing to fight the same battles over and over and over. Led off the show today, but you may not have heard it, wanted to go back to it. This is youtube.com/1210. This is a meeting of the steering committee, and you have to see these guys. These guys need to get off the couch a little bit more rather than steering to overthrow the country. This is cut 6. It's the DSA, the communists really, their steering committee member Cliff Connolly. He says the quiet part out loud. What is the one thing holding them back from overwhelming us? Electoral College? Yeah, but it's in a document that they despise. It's the kryptonite to these commies. Listen to this guy talk about the U.S. Constitution.
So the two things that we're famous for is our commitment to a program and our hatred of the United States Constitution. And what the program does is it gives us a roadmap to revolution, and it gives us the obstacle that we finally will have to get over to have a revolution, which is the United States Constitution, the basis of the United States government. And what the minimum maximum program specifically, what that format specifically gives us is that roadmap. It gives us the minimum circumstances under which we would be able to take power and govern. And it gives us the maximum program, which is the goals that we're actually aiming for. It also clarifies democracy as both the end goal and as part of the process to get there, ensures the internal party democracy that we want to see in DSA. So it really wraps up the revolutionary tradition of democracy that I think socialism and abolitionism in the United States have always been a part of, and aims it, at a future that we can live in as a human species. Because I think absent a revolutionary democratic socialist republic in North America, we may not have a livable future.
All right, then. Thank you for saying the quiet part out loud. That's what they're after. So how do they ally the red and the green commies like this with the Islamic fundamentalist like Mandani, who's both? Well, the alliance is take down Western civilization. And the biggie in Western civilization is no longer Europe. They're well underway with undermining that. And every time they have an incident where it is Islamic extremism attacking, killing people, they try to spin it and tell us it's not. So these two are allied. Let's smash this. And the Constitution, well, let's replace that with Sharia law. Now, would idiots like the DSA really like to live under Sharia law? No. But they're not thinking about that. They're thinking we'll ally with these people, the Sharia law and all that, so that we overthrow this, and then somebody will replace it with something. Could be Sharia law, if they're powerful enough, or it could be us with our, quote, democracy. That's the alliance that goes on here. I know it strains the mind to think about people that far left, to ally with people that throw gays off rooftops. That's why we played you Bill Maher yesterday. So powerful to remind us of that kind of transition. As much as it doesn't seem to go together, deep down, that's what they want. Get rid of our Constitution. Cripple it. Those that want to get rid of the Electoral College. Some of them are just stupid. Well, why can't it be the popular vote? That's the way it works and everything else. The governor of Kentucky saying that. And his state would even be lesser ranked if we did that. That's the one they're going to bring up a lot, the Electoral College. I'm not sure. Of course, they'll mention the Second Amendment, how disastrous, but it's the Constitution. It's the framework of the Constitution is very, very hard to have this type of overthrow, this type of revolt. But I wouldn't minimize how far they've gotten, how Democrats are racing to try to find some way to identify with the Democratic Socialists without seeming to be out of the mainstream, like AOC saying the New York DSA. And clearly, they believe in the same kinds of things. For now, that's her way to have 1 foot in and 1 foot out. But there will be a comeuppance on this. But the theory is get rid of the Constitution. Will it be replaced with Sharia law or whatever the DSA says democracy is? They'll fight it out. They think they'll win. So the other side is useful. I mean, this is one of the strangest alliances on paper in history. All right, the side question. I see a great one up here, maybe several great ones, looking for a name attached to something that's a procedure like Tommy John or a product or something else. Sports is rife with these. Joe in Columbus, I think, has a great one. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, happy Labor Day.
Oh, thank you, Joe.
Had to start somewhere.
Yes.
Sir.
Yeah.
Hey, Dom, rather than Trump calling this milquetoast Pee Wee Herman character Pee Wee Herman, I would have rather had seen him say, is Mr. Ossoff judging me based on how he would treat a woman? And just leave it at that.
You know what? That is a great line. That is a great way to go. It's a foot in both camps. It's aggressive and also calling into question how they think about women. Yes.
Well, if Trump didn't have women in his camp, he'd be a sexist. He has women in his camp. Now he's whatever, sexual predator, whatever, the other side wants to make of it. And it's so cheap and unfair, to say the least.
Yeah, I agree. And look, I think from what I know, Natalie Harp, she's mesmerized by Trump and constantly brings him good news. That's true. Is that a big problem? No, this guy had to go there, and I think he regrets it now, Joe, for the reasons we're talking about, because inside his own party, they're going to try to cut him with this.
Well, and just like that 10-year-old who was saved in the surf, I'm sure he was enamored with his lifeguard. I'm sure Natalie Harf is enamored with Trump in the same breath, the same gauge.
Yeah, I think it is very, very much that way from the stories I read. He saw the El Sayed guy bring up Melania, so he thought he's going to get into the ring as a tough guy with Trump, which is fair. Then you don't get to hide behind we're the party of women.
Right. Dom, as for my side answer, you kind of gave me my segue with Tommy John. I don't know how many people realize it, but Tommy John was a power pitcher. Not on the level of Nolan Ryan, but still the same. He would throw in the mid-90s until he had that mishap, his arm injury. And then he evolved into a location pitcher, a craftsman, a guy who knew how to pick locations and get guys to swing at pitches they normally wouldn't swing at. He went from thrower to pitcher after that. He adapted, is basically what I'm saying. My side answer is a guy who never adapted but had a 9-year career, and he was coined by his own teammates. And I don't know how he didn't take this up to bat with him as a crutch or a bugaboo every time, because he never batted or he flirted with 200 and below that. And George Brett gave it legs on ESPN, where that name really got traction, and it was Mario Mendoza and the Mendoza line. Nobody's supposed to be in the major leagues who hits under 200, maybe with the exception of Mark Belanger, and it probably could have been called the Mark Belanger line too.
No, the Mendoza line is great because it's transferred to politics and whatever, and when someone says the Mendoza line, they don't mean just a batting average. They mean you're below a standard where it's amazing that you're still here.
Oh, you could put your calculus to it in a lot of things.
That's a great one, Joe. All right. Thank you, Joe, very much. 855-839-1210. Yeah, the Mendoza line is a very, very good one. I don't know how many players, 9 years he lasted. Wow. And I don't remember, guys, as a guy with speed or fielding, I don't quite remember that was outstanding. It's just an anomaly.
I feel like that's all the time in sports. It must be like you say Garrett Stubbs, or you're done with Garrett Stubbs. You don't want him around. Right. But clearly there's some sort of value that you don't see, whether on the field or whatever. I want to think like Mendoza was the same way, because it happens all the time in sports where it's like, how is this guy still on a team? And then it's, we need him for this. Sure you do.
Well, what the Stubbs thing is when he said we're going to storm the Diamondbacks swimming pools and all after the win.
Yeah.
And that's baseball I don't think is inspirational like football, but still be quiet about that. The vibes guy. Yeah. Okay. It is the side question at 855-839-1210, but right now it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
All right, we are playing for a pair of lawn tickets to see Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow, August 29th, at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden, New Jersey, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Great show. Probably all this week we'll have this prize.
Yep.
Go right ahead, Henry.
Yeah, Dom. So side question today, we're asking for those all-time eponymous products, procedures, what have you, something named after somebody. And frankly, there are a lot of bands out there named after someone in the band, whether that's Van Halen, whether that's Hall & Oates, whether that's Alice Cooper, or whether that's the Jay Giles Band. I'm actually going to play you the Jay Giles Band, one of their top songs, Love Stinks, today. Only it is not going to be Jay Giles singing the song. It is going to be someone else. I want to know this eponymous rocker whose rock band is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and is named after the lead singer here. Something about the lead singer, after getting out of a different band, made her way around trying to go label to label, get a solo record deal. Was rejected by 23 labels and ended up selling record deals out of the back of her car until striking it big and obviously, like I said, making it to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame about 10 years ago. So I want to know the name of this eponymous band who you are hearing right here. Featured in a terrible 1996 movie starring Ellen DeGeneres. Want to know the name of this eponymous band covering Love Stinks?
All right, 855-839-1210. Ellen DeGeneres. Yeah, I think I know.
Random. I
Yes,
looked into that
okay.
somewhere, yeah.
All right, hit us with that, and you're off to Chris Stapleton. Great prize. We'll have it the rest of the week, around this time, I think. And get in on the side question. Hatred of the U.S. Constitution. We ought to give this guy a platform, if he would come on, just for an hour to tell us why, specifically, what parts of the Constitution. Why is that? He admits it, everybody knows it, but actually saying it out loud is golden. By the way, special number, 76 days to the midterms. Oh, man, yikes. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Cape May Mayor Zachary Mullick told 6ABC, we really wanted to make sure we didn't become the after party to some of the other towns that have already made this move. After 10:30, we all know it's not normally the best stuff that happens. Then, so to be honest, as a parent myself, I think there's a good thing, Mullick added. If we would just enforce the law and rock these little punks' world. That's all you have to do. Stop giving them slaps on the wrist. It's clearly not working, is it?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old, drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guide it today to take advantage of these limited-time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then,
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm and have resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Enjoy your summer plans while your money stays hard at work. Open a growth checking account at First Harvest Credit Union and keep everyday spending simple. Earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more. Want to grow your savings even more? Check out our growth savings and competitive share and IRA certificate accounts. Get started at firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or stop by your nearest branch. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money. All right, let's hear the clue.
Named after the lead singer of the band. Want to know the name of the band?
All right, hit us with that, and you're off to Chris Stapleton, Dom Giordano Show, Anthony in Chesterfield on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Anthony, what's your answer?
Is that Joan Jett and the Blackhearts?
Nicely done.
All right, when you said it, that was right on the money. All right, enjoy Chris Stapleton. Anything more on that, Henry?
Yeah, oddly enough, this song was featured in the 1996 Ellen DeGeneres movie, Mr. Wrong, with a 7% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. So, real blockbuster.
Imagine
there.
the maniacs find those 7% that did that, or have to hunt them down, so to speak. All right, this just came down, and we've been working to get Harmeen Dillon on. At least we've been in contact on a couple of things, and she is aggressively on top of the New Jersey thing. Just announced, and this is causing spasms, the Justice Department is planning to deploy a record 1,000 federal monitors. I'm not sure if those are lawyers or not. That's the Civil Rights Division, to polling places throughout the U.S. for the midterm elections. Now, and I'm not saying this hyperbolically, well, maybe a little bit. If I had the resources and I'm sitting there with Trump and Natalie Harp and Harmeen Dillon, I'm saying, Mr. President, how about 1,000 just for Philadelphia? That's right. That's what we need. Yeah, but he's going to go. Then you have Fulton County in Georgia. Real problem. Yep, big time. You have Detroit. What would be the next? Where else is the trouble spot? Those are probably the top three on my mind. I guess there could be in California, a place like that. I'm not sending them. We know what's happening. That's not where the action is. It's winning these congressional races. Bucks County, yeah. Couple of these other places in Pennsylvania, yes. So this is a record. I don't know if that's all that they have. Harmeen Dillon saying that the Justice Department deploying them polling places. They have long sent out monitors to polling places throughout the country to ensure compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act. That law prohibits discrimination in voting and ensures voters are not intimidated or otherwise prevented from casting a ballot on the basis of race, gender, ethnicity, religion, disability, or another protected class. The Justice Department's own civil rights attorneys have served as monitors. Usually it sends out dozens of staff to a variety of polling places. Well, you know what's bothering them, such a spasm here? That the very law they put in, that the Supreme Court has just trimmed, if you remember, with the various redistricting, is now being used to send out people. And what they're looking for is not so much that, I'm sure they're looking for that also, but for cheating. The nonsense. Our own Scott Presler will be on tomorrow. We'll play it tomorrow with him. This Minnesota training video of people voting there, telling them not to be asking for anything remotely close to a free and fair election. So Presler on it again. He'll be with us tomorrow. But this is an historic number. I'd like to see more. I don't know that 1,000 are enough. And here in Philadelphia, over the years, there are X number, could be as high as 33, 40, 50% in a lot of precincts of no minority voting person to watch there. In fact, Henry, if you, it should be in our system. This is one of my most prized. Kevin Kelly, this is Allen. Not right after the break, but yeah. On Election Day, was this in 2012? Kevin Kelly, who is as rough as they come and a great get out the vote on the Republican side, did a lot in 2024 along with Linda Kearns, was at a polling place in Albany with all kinds of lawyers, all kinds of papers, saying this 73 or 70-year-old African-American woman had a right to be there and be seated as the Republican representative to make sure these Democrats were not doing more than their usual cheating. And we played this live on the air. He calls me live on the air with what they're doing. And this guy is as tough as any guy. He's not a no-neck guy. He's very fit. They just said, no, we're not going to seat her. All right, let's play a little bit of it because it makes the point right now rather than taking a break. Here's Kevin Kelly calling me. I believe it was the Romney election in Albany with this woman live on the air. No, they don't care. It's Philadelphia. We're going to do whatever we want. Where are you, Kevin Kelly?
You're in violation of the law. Do you understand what I'm telling you? You've been so notified, man. Tom.
Yes, Kevin. What was going on there?
I'm at 10th and Chew. We have a judge of elections who's being told by her Democrat ward leader not to seat our minority inspector. So our minority inspector is being harangued and harassed. This woman says she's not going to sit her because she wasn't here at 10 o'clock. This happens time and time and time again in Philadelphia. These people are breaking the law. We have an elder African-American woman who's 70 years old who's being ostracized and told she's not allowed. I have a court order in my hand seating this woman, and I've got some political hack, some Democrat hack, telling me this is a Democrat polling place and that she's not allowed to be here and we're not going to give her a chair and we're not going to seat her.
A Democrat polling place. This is allegedly American. 10th and Chew.
Tom, we should have every single reporter in this city.
Well, this is a challenge. CBS 3 and everybody else, right? Get over there now. You want to report the news because we're sick and tired of elections being stolen in Philadelphia. So, Kevin, what do you do now?
Well, this woman has been notified that she's in violation of the law, and she told me she doesn't care. That's how blatant it is. So I'm going to deal with this. Over my dead body is this woman not being seated in this spot. She's a 7-year-old woman standing up, doing her civic duty, and she's being harassed and harangued by Democrat thug hacks.
All right. Do we have to bring chairs? If we get Harmeen Dillon on, do we have to have a lawn chair brought in? This is what they do. This, at the core of it, is what they are in Philadelphia. I don't know in Detroit and Fulton County. I'm sure it's the same. They are thugs. This is the Philadelphia swagger. The Inquirer and all are part of this. And then when we give you these exhibits, which are hard to get, well, that's only one case. So what? They wouldn't let her sit down. They wouldn't seat her. What do you think we're doing here? Just like, it's only a small number. It's only 400 voting illegally, non-citizens in Jersey. Shut up. We're going to run this country. That's why winning this election, once again, is all important. In every election, at every seat, I don't know if you vote for dog catcher or not, protonotherapy or whatever the heck that guy, the coroner's office. Win, 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 win. That's all that matters here. That's what has to be stopped. This is what they are. This is Philadelphia. They have in their head, you're lucky we let you vote. All right, phone lines. All right, thanks, Henry, for finding that, too. We got to put that in the vault. of the moment. That's live on the air. I was behind the scenes trying to get on with Kevin to see if they would come on, but we couldn't do it. There's only one thing more than that right up there with that. Wild Bill Guinier, they allowed, because of his status, lost a leg, still went back, World War II, the whole thing, this sign about he was able to park near his house. They were coming to take it down. So for some reason, his nephew has the guy on the spot arguing with him. He says, I'm going to call Dom Giordano. He puts him on live, and I'm telling the guy, you're not going to take that down. And I'm thinking, what else can I say? Ipso facto, it's a mandamus order. I'm telling you, you're going to jail. I think I said something like that. If you take that sign down. And the guy's already thinking. They took it down, but within 24 hours, City Council passed a law. 24 hours. I mean, it was unbelievable that you can't be taking stuff like that down for veterans, that kind of parking. Think about what it took for them to enact. But I tell you, I was ready to say, all right, somebody else take over the producers. We're going down there with this guy.
You're getting animated even right now, just thinking about it.
Can you imagine this guy? Yeah, what are you going to do? You and what army? And I know listeners would have swarmed to the scene. Wild Bill Guinier. Guy didn't want to hear it. I don't care who he is. So he was in a movie. Back and forth, back and forth. That's what talk radio is so great. Stuff like that. You're not going to get that anywhere else. Shameless plug. All right, 855-839-1210. Grab a line, all-time name attached to something. Hey, are you looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active day after day, skip the quick fixes that wear off fast, and start fueling your day with Rescue Orosine? As we get older, our bodies become less efficient at producing the energy that keeps going. And that's where Rescue Orosine comes in. This breakthrough supplement works at the cellular level to help your body naturally produce lasting energy, giving it the support it needs to fight fatigue and improve stamina while without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial energy boosters. Plus, it helps support healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function so you can show up to the moments that matter with confidence and vitality. Just go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy at checkout to buy one bottle of Rescue Orosine and get one free. Or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. Don't miss out. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Online at res-q.com. Get your second bottle of Rescue Orosine for free. Just use that code MYENERGY, MyEnergy at checkout.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Senators and their lack of hard work make teachers look like hardscapers. You know, that's one thing if you're teaching high-end AP courses in 12th grade where you have a bunch of future Ivy League students and you're in a good school district. If you're in a public school district and every day is a battle just to get them to even show up for class, I feel bad for some of those teachers because compared to a senator, they're grinding. Think about that. 14 of the next 21 weeks on recess. But then I got to sit there and say, well, we got Todd Blanche confirmed. We knew Todd Blanche would get confirmed, right?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
Summer's winding down, and now's the perfect time to get your home organized before fall arrives. Whether it's the master closet, garage, pantry, home office, or mudroom, Closet Factory Philadelphia designs custom storage solutions built around the way you live. A more organized home means less clutter, less stress, and more time enjoying what matters most. This August, make organization your next home improvement project. Visit ClosetFactory.com today and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Closet Factory Philadelphia, custom organization designed for your life. Searching for a new path to wellness. Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hi! Our strong reputation for offering the lowest possible prices brings so many new customers to National Appliance Warehouse. They shop confidently, knowing that Price Assure is always working to confirm the National Appliance Warehouse price is the best available. What keeps bringing them back is the experience they receive. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're guided by our what if policy, meaning, what if this customer was my parent, child, or friend? We provide the same 5-star service we deliver to our own family. You deserve it all. The lowest prices on the perfect new appliances and a delightful, satisfying experience. That's how National Appliance Warehouse customers become our friends.
The Friends and Family Savings event is back at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on Whirlpool. Get a 4-piece suite of stainless steel Whirlpool appliances with side-by-side refrigerator for only $21.98.88 after rebate. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
We've got a pretty nice afternoon on the way. Mostly sunny skies. We'll get up to a high of 88 degrees, and the humidity will start to lower as the day goes on. Tonight, clear skies will get down to 69. And for your Wednesday, we'll do it again. Upper 80s, mostly sunny with low humidity.
The Acura Summer of Performance event is going on now at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading. Get incredible lease offers or financing as low as 2.99% for 60 months on the 26 Integra. Shop online at piazzaacura.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Tom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. All right, we got some great ones. I like the Mendoza line. I like several of them today. Tommy John. Somebody who has their name attached to some process or procedure. Let's go to Michael in Wilmington. Hi, Michael.
Tom, my good sir, it's good to talk with you again. How are you today?
Very well.
Excellent. Brought up some really good topics today. I have to say some are really, really good. I'm very, very curious, although I know you haven't touched on it recently, but I'm very concerned still about what's happening in Iran now that this 60-day peace deal expired today. That really, the media has not touched on it, but I feel as if something is on the precipice of happening in that region. Not in a good way, unfortunately. I don't want to put out negative, but I just want to be realistic that I don't think it's going to go down well. I feel as if something is going to happen before this week is over.
I agree with you, Michael, and it's maddening to know, and I don't think they do. That's what really concerns me. What's the point that is going to bring them to some kind of recognition of how we deal with this and get out of there? It is a textbook of where modern warfare is with the drone warfare, et cetera. They just have enough ability to really make it difficult with the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, it is. And sometimes, Dom, I mean, maybe you have perspective on this. I'm always curious. Trump and CENTCOM's always saying, hey, everything they have is decimated at the bottom of the sea. Yet somehow they are able to still have enough military arsenal where they're droning and missiling people and now missiling, neighboring countries where they're constantly able to do this. So it seems like they have an endless supply of warfare. They really do have a lot of military missiles and drones that they're still able to continually send out, that even though we say, oh, they have nothing, they're still bombing ships.
Yeah, well, it's the drone thing. And again, I'm glad we're calling upon the Ukrainians because they're hitting the economy in Russia, even though they're outgunned, outmanned also, Michael, against Putin of all people. The Russians don't know what to do. So I think we're a little behind on modern warfare. We just didn't accept the asymmetric and the stuff that they do. And we should have realized for 50 years they're willing to absorb. They're fanatics. We got to accept that. It's not like dealing with ordinary situations. They're religious fanatics on top of it.
Yeah, and one last quick point, Dom. I know President Trump has kind of somewhat signaled towards it, but I mean, like, what? And I know you're mentioning sometimes, like, what else can we do? What other leverage? I mean, besides, really, when I say bombing the whole country, I mean to the point where we're, now taking out residential, everything, anything that even innocent people use. That's just, it seems like it can't be that. That's just going to be such a horrific mess. So it seems like we're in a real tough spot here.
No, look, I'm glad you bring it up because it's not just about that, but it's about the importance of winning the midterms, which we're not going to do unless this is resolved. I think deep in my heart, this is so winnable. The infrastructure set up, but if this is there, that turns me on it. But what's your side today, Michael?
Yeah, Dom. So my side was I thought of this real iconic gentleman, but more importantly, first I thought of this iconic machine that everybody I think loves to get mesmerized by and has the coolest name always if you're in any kind of ice skating rink is the Zamboni, which was basically I think it was like Peter or Frank Zamboni invented it. This thing is the coolest thing, and like everybody either wanted to ride it, get behind it, you get mesmerized by it, just scraping up ice. I mean, on the rink as it's shooting down water. And then his company created the Astro Zamboni, which sucks up water from AstroTurf fields. So, but the coolest machine, that Zamboni, coolest name, coolest machine around the rink. That's my side, Dom.
All right, that is a great one, but I got to say I'm falling in love with this one. I got to watch it. I don't want to be biased. Mike in Hamilton. Mike, what's yours today?
Hi, Dom. Dom, there's a certain unselfish woman who lent her name to a procedure which previously had only been known in certain euphemisms. Now, this procedure, which technically is not medical, does have a certain therapeutic effect. And that selfish woman is Monica Lewinsky.
All right, hey, Lewinsky, yes. So, Henry, you would not believe this, doing Morning Drive at DB. Linda Tripp is on with me. Linda Tripp was the one that told Lewinsky to keep the blue dress. And the co-host, who go nameless, you can look it up. I get the biggest guest in the world at that moment on this, in the center of that, gets into with her, and Linda Tripp hangs up. We can't take a call for 2 hours after that because threatening to go after.
Wow.
Well, it wasn't a co-host. It was like a
producer.
She was a commentator of sorts, reading the news. Oh my God, I was calm. I didn't go nuts in that moment. But yeah, Linda Tripp said, no, we're going to keep the dress. Oh my God. And Bill Clinton started to, and his minions. I had some of them on at the national level saying oral sex really isn't sex. Oh, my God. That's what we were reduced to.
Sheesh.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yes.
That's great radio.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, where have those times gone?
Exactly right.
Exactly. Yeah, let's bring them back. All right. I don't know if Linda Tripp hanging up. Oh, my God. All right. Lightning round next. I got to say, that's a good one, but I see 3 or 4 others that are contenders. I mean, we had the Mendoza line, too. Great one.
Maybe because it's before my time. I've never heard to it referred as to the Lewinsky.
Oh, yes. Those were great times. And with this non-co-host, I had on high school students. DJ was a high school student. I told him, look, don't get into it with this person on the air. And then she went too far, and I nodded my head, and it was unbelievable. DJ tagged in. Those were pretty exciting times, to put it mildly. And the person's mom called in and said, I don't care what you or Jay Leno says.
Whoa.
Oh,
holy crap.
Jay Leno say?
Oh. What I'm saying is you talk about pitch battles. Yeah, that's it. I'll tell you the name. All right, 855-839-1210.
We are Nancy and Robert Harding, and we became Crash Proof in 2018.
In 2022, we sold our home of 34 years, and we moved into an apartment because we weren't really sure where we were going to land. We took all the money of that sale of that house and put it in Crash Proof retirement, which was a smart thing to do. That money has grown. And now, when I realize I'm not an apartment person, we're starting to look for a home. Even though home prices have gone up, we're going to be able to buy a home that's going to meet our needs because we have more money now than we did when we sold our home.
That will allow us to achieve the things we like in terms of entertainment and having family over, and Crash Proof has enabled us to be able to make that jump when we desire to do it. The money is available.
Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com to schedule an appointment. And tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Sundays at 1 p.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. 800-738-9900.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Two different things here. If you're going on vacation with a bunch of adults and you want to have those evenings where you're at the shore house, have a little fire pit or whatever. But if you're just taking your kids for like a 4-day, 3-night vacation to insert whatever beach town, aren't you supposed to be out at the beach or at the pool or on the boardwalk most of the day? Whatever happened to just finding something that's affordable, you're gonna maybe take a nap at, you're gonna sleep at, and you're gonna go in and get a shower? Like, why are you spending $10,000 on something that you're gonna spend like 5% of your vacation time in? It seems like a poor investment.
Have you ever been to the Jersey Shore?
He clearly has.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, this is where the heavy hitters jump in on the side question. I got to tell you, I was leaning Mendoza line. I still might go that way. I don't know. But Henry had Kirk, how about you? Lewinsky? It's
yes.
a Lewinsky? Yeah.
Yep.
And the argument, well, oral sex isn't sex. The counter argument back then was, well, it's sort of something added. It's even more apparent of what went on here.
Yeah,
What's going on? Yeah.
I was telling Henry off the during the break. It was a thing, and it was talked about heavily.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Mm-hmm. And there was a survey, JAMA. They got into the ring, the Journal of American Medicine. Like 70% of people didn't consider it sex. They were in the Clinton camp.
Oh, God.
That's nothing.
I'd like to see these polls if it came out today.
Wow. But imagine Linda Tripp, and we're actually getting to the dress and what she said and all that, and bang, she hangs
awesome.
up. That was it. I couldn't do any better. I was furious, but I put myself into a calming serenity now. All right. By the way, that's a top 10 Seinfeld. The man doesn't say anything. Just tell you to scream it. He wasn't specific about that. Joe in Exton. Joe, what's yours today?
Cue theme song.
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon.
The Somali Omar woman is fond of characterizing $100 bills as the Benjamins because each bill contains a portrait of Benjamin Franklin.
Thank you, Joe. Well, I don't
brand.
think it's just Ilhan Omar. I think a lot of us say, give me the Benjamins.
Yep.
That's a good one, though. True. That has all the qualities.
Yes.
All right, Lance in South Philly. Hey, Lance, afternoon to you.
Hey, how you doing, Dom? I was at our favorite place yesterday. It was still $4.99 and 9 cents.
Yep.
Wow.
At the gas station. Yeah, I was there buying some eggs, 2 boiled eggs and a string cheese, and every pump was filled.
Yeah, Lance, that's it. It is not, in my view, lessening the amount of people in there at all. It's a story. It's stunning. What's going on?
I told you, Dom, it's the Chestnut Hill. They got money. They don't care. They're not going to the broke side of Philly. They're going up Lincoln Drive to Chestnut Hill, left or right, east or west. They got money.
How in the world do people that dumb have money? That's what I want to know.
Oh, that's you really want to ask that question? It's at City Hall.
All right. So, Lance, what's yours today?
Well, Dom, I got to go with the real McCoy when you want the real thing. Named after Elijah McCoy, the real McCoy.
That's a very good one. Drew in Upper Darby, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew, what's yours today?
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot. And by the way, it's still $5.89 at my place on Montgomery Avenue.
Wow.
But,
$5.89? What?
Yeah,
Nice.
it's been there for a while. And my favorite nickname, Dom, was Pocahontas. from Trump.
Yes.
But,
hey, wait a minute. Remember when she did the test and it said that she had close to 1% of Native American blood? And she touted that when maybe 50% of people listening have more. I mean, it was stunning.
I know, that was it.
Don't do the test. Just take it. Don't pretend you're Native American. No, 1%.
I know. How embarrassing. That was a joke. But here's my side answer, Dom. In the 70s, the Montreal Expos had a hard throwing pitcher, man. He could really bring it. His real name was Stan Bonson. So his teammates nicknamed him the Bonson Burner after the Bunsen burner, that little gadget in chemistry class, the Bonson Burner. Thanks, Tom.
Made famous by Seinfeld, another great Seinfeld. Why do we reference it so much? All right, let's go to Bill in Bucks on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill.
Hey there, Dom. Greetings from the parking lot of the legendary Feasterville McDonald's, where candidate Trump worked the drive-thru in October 2024.
Yes, and when they got very nervous when I went there I was on with Rich Cioli, I remember it. They were like, you can't be talking in here on the radio. Oh, yeah.
And you were actually doing an interview out on the sidewalk in front out there.
Exactly.
On
exactly
Street
right.
Road.
Yep.
Yeah, I think, was it Jim Worthington, was it? Or
Yes,
somebody out there?
It was Jim, yep.
Right. Wow, whatever. Okay, I'll give you my side answer. I know you're up for time. Anyway, the Beatles' 1969 album, they couldn't figure out a name for it. They was going to name it after the engineer smoking cigarettes, Everest. but then McCartney said, oh, let's just go outside and name it after the street where we're on, Abbey Road.
We use that for a side question this week. All right, I think we need some time for discussion today, so I'm sorry to those that I didn't get to. Kirk, who are some of your contenders, or do you have a winner?
I have a few.
Okay.
So I have Joe from Columbus Mendoza line. I got to go with the winner, though. Me personally, I got to go with Mike with Lewinsky.
All right, Henry?
For me, it's simple. It's all about the Benjamins.
The Benjamins. Yeah, so it was a great call.
Yeah.
I got to go with the Lewinsky. I think if you were around then, Henry, you would say, oh, without a doubt, that's a Lewinsky. Yeah. Because you leave out everything else.
Exactly.
There's no other reference. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Scott Presler coming on tomorrow. He's got this tape of election workers, what they're told, hey, don't do anything with anything that's fraudulent, essentially, in Minnesota. We'll talk with him. We have a great side question, I think, too. The Brunos are next. Tony and Miss Robin to take you from 3 until 6. I think it's all this week. Follow me on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210, and we'll see what develops over the next 23 or 21 hours here. Henry's at work already on this. There's so much stuff out there. You're listening to Talk Radio 1210.